that if you want the ultimate expression of white supremacy and the white supremacist mentality, and you want to put it in the form of one person that I would name, and that's something I very seldom do, it would be Jeffrey Dahmer. He's the ultimate expression of white supremacy. Everything that he was doing, working in a chocolate factory, the whole 9 yards, and storing black males' bodies in canisters of lye and alcohol and whatnot, and got them in the refrigerator, and cannibalism and all of that, and calm, very methodical. Even when questioned by the law enforcement officers, very calm. Hannibal Lecter, you know. The ultimate. Aryan looking.
Wasn't he with young boys too?
Yeah, he was. I mean, I forgot how many bodies. Is something like 20 or something like that. You can probably look it up on the computer. Jeffrey Dahmer. You know, he didn't even try to protect him once he went to prison. He was so embarrassing to everybody. I guess. I mean, you know, everybody who really thinks like he does, they warned him out of the way. The black guy killed him in prison.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah. See, and I think he was set up to be dead because, you know, he was considered a monster. So he's just as calm as he can be. You know, very methodical, very meticulous, went to work on time, excellent worker, working in a chocolate factory, looking at chocolate being churned all day. And out there trying to churn chocolate at night. The ultimate expression. Roman Empire. Black death associated, black anti-sex with non-white people associated ultimately with death as being the ultimate. Gather them up, befriend them to the extent that you're saying that, hey, I'm going to take you, a black male, and make you ultimately effeminate and then kill you. First chance I get.
And he ate them too, didn't he? Wasn't that his thing?
Yes, and eat the bodies, eat the body parts. Got them in the got the body parts in wrappers in the refrigerator. And got other body parts. I mean, they didn't know what to do with. I mean, because he got so many, and got them in big drums full of acid and whatnot. Keep them right there. Not somewhere way out in the woods somewhere. Keep them right there in their apartment. And then go out and gather up some more. I mean, you know, bringing them in one at a time.
Wow.
He probably, you know, you can probably look his name up on the computer and get the whole story. I mean, from A to Z. And they've written several books on it and whatnot. I had newspapers and on it and all like that. But that's my statement, that he's the ultimate expression of that type of mentality. Not Adolf Hitler, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
Because this is what ultimately this white supremacy at its greatest is that, particularly aiming at the black male, effeminize the black male and then take him and kill him after that. I mean, there's not enough just to make him into a thing, but then methodically and with an expression of affection. kill him. Because the black males he was picking up were very trusting of him. He was a nice white guy. I mean, he's buying me drinks and whatnot, and friendly, and, he ain't calling me nigger and wanting to drag me, and burn crosses on my lawn and whatnot. No, he wants to take me to his house. Oh, he's okay. Oh, yeah. Got to be some reason why a person would even think like that. But the evidence shows that such people do exist.
That was Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. From many years back, giving his thoughts on Jeffrey Dahmer. I think that should be very apparent how and why that applies to the text we are currently reading, the late Vincent Woodard, The Delectable Negro.
Introduction. Master eated me when I was meat. In the summer of 2007, I visited Somerset Place in Creswell, North Carolina. At one point, Somerset Place, a historical restored plantation, was the most successful plantation in North Carolina, and its owner, Josiah Collins III, one of the largest slaveholders in the state. It is now a state historic site sitting over 100 acres of lush forest and wetland. My party and I arrived early one Saturday morning, parked near the overseer's quarters, and walked the red cobblestone road down the center of the plantation, past the stocks, past the smokehouse, past the outside cooking facilities, to the gift shop where the tour begins. My travel companions browsed the bookstore while I sat in the adjoined seating area, taking in the genealogy of enslaved persons who had formerly lived on the plantation. Someone had conveniently mounted photographs and biographies of these persons on the walls. There was Darius Bennett, a Somerset field hand who had heard the cannon signaling the Civil War. There was Betsy Spurrell Riddick, seated with hands folded before a wooden shack. There was even a makeshift family tree dating back to the first enslaved Africans to arrive on Somerset Plantation. After a while, all of us there for the morning tour made our way into the seating area, where our tour guide finally came in and stood before us. He wore khaki pants, a maroon polo shirt, and glasses. He was blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and stood about 6'3" tall. For the sake of discussion, I will refer to him as Mr. Swellfellow, because he had that look of a good hometown guy. He probably lived in the same neighborhood as his mother, if not with his mother, volunteered with the local fire department, and had a high school sweetheart he was engaged to. Went to church every Sunday, and as far as I could see, wore honesty about his face like a child wears a milky mustache. He was totally disarming and chubby and southern, and immediately attentive, standing before us, leaning on the mantle of the fireplace. After warming to us, he began by talking about the pictures on the wall, and quickly segued into minor details about the plantation. Not all of the original buildings had been restored to the plantation. This was a walking tour that would begin at the overseer's quarters and end at the big house. A woman who had once tried to escape was put into the stocks in the wintertime. Her legs froze, and they had to be amputated. Each month, enslaved adults received a ration of a peck of corn and 3 pounds of dried meat. The slaves on this plantation were well fed, Mr. Swellfellow emphasized before rattling off more details about the tour. I tried to stay focused, but my mind returned to the rationed meat and cornmeal. The fact that hard field labor would have depleted such rations in a week, in the image of happy, well-fed darkies ever so casually introduced into Mr. Swellfellow's presentation. I raised my hand and waited for Mr. Swellfellow to call on me. True to his namesake, Mr. Swellfellow noticed my hand and welcomed my question. Mr. Swellfellow, I began, I want to go back to an earlier point you made for clarification. You said that the enslaved were given a peck of corn and 3 pounds of meat, and then you said that they were fed well. But to my thinking, the enslaved must have gone hungry, especially those working in the fields who would have needed more subsistence than this to sustain them in back-breaking, day-long labor. The smile on Mr. Swellfellow's face dimmed a little, even as he formulated an entirely hopeful response. The slaves were fed well, he insisted. It was not in the economic interest of the master to starve them, and besides, the Collinses were kind and had benevolent rations with their slaves. I raised my hand and waited for Mr. Swellfellow to call on me. True to his namesake, Mr. Swellfellow noticed my hand and welcomed my question. Mr. Swellfellow, I began, I want to go back to an earlier point you made for clarification. You said that the enslaved were given a peck of corn and 3 pounds of meat, and then you said that they were well fed. But to my thinking, the enslaved must have gone hungry, especially those working in the fields who would have needed more subsistence than this to sustain them in back-breaking, day-long labor. The smile on Mr. Swellfellow's face dimmed a little even as he formulated an entirely hopeful response. The slaves were well fed, he insisted. It was not in the economic interest of the master to starve them, and besides, the Collinses were kind and had benevolent relations with their slaves. They weren't the type to make their slaves go hungry. Actually, Mr. Swellfellow, I interrupted, it was in the economic interest of slave masters to starve their slaves. This fact is well documented in literature written by fugitive slaves. And on the subject of kindness, the so-called kindness of masters hardly ever, to my knowledge, interfered with their profit motive. What better way to profit than by giving your slaves minimal nourishment while you expect, in return for investment, maximum labor output? Only after I stopped speaking did I realize I was shaking internally and had taken an edge to my voice. I become aware of my African-American travel companion sitting across the room and the few other white tourists who were part of our morning party. Mr. Swellfellow had flushed and began to sweat. He had become anxious and nervous. Clearly, his National Park Service tour guide training had not prepared him to deal in a knowledgeable manner with questions of hunger and starvation on the plantation. Perhaps, too, he felt embarrassed at his immediately defensive posture, embarrassed at his rushing to defend the master, and, finally, embarrassed and angry at my daring to challenge what was clearly a sacred memory. Contented, well-fed blacks roaming about the plantation. Needless to say, this initial interaction with Mr. Swellfellow set the tone for the remainder of the tour. When, during the walking tour, he brought up the subject of enslaved persons stealing meat from the smokehouse, I responded by asking why such well-fed persons would have provocation to steal meat in the first place. At one point, thoroughly frustrated with the constant reinforcement of the pastoral and goodly nature of life on Somerset Plantation, I said to our tour guide so that everyone could hear, Mr. Swellfellow, it seems to me that you and the state of North Carolina are invested in an image of the masters as goodly, and that you are not willing to entertain perspectives of plantation life that go against this reality. Swellfellow, sweating even more profusely, denied my accusations and did his best to avoid me the remainder of the tour. The history of slavery continues to have meaning in the 20th century. It burdens all of American history and is incorporated into public interpretations of the past. write James Oliver Horton and Lewis E. Horton, we need look only as far as Somerset Place for an example of a historically laden and contested site of slavery memory. There, we see the circumstances of slave existence and the meaning of the master's authority and goodwill as fluid, contested categories of experience regulated by the state in a larger master narrative of slave history. Similar issues regarding the meaning and import of slavery have affected contemporary battlefields and Civil War sites operated by the National Park Service. As a result of pressure from Civil War heritage interest groups, those who give tours of these sites do not speak of slavery as the major social phenomenon that catalyzed the Civil War. In higher education, another state-regulated realm, the history of slave continues to shape our lives. A good example of this is Brown University. Brown, like a number of universities on the East Coast, has ties to slavery that trace back to its founder, John Brown. Members of Brown's educational community who have attempted to reconcile the university's historic and economic ties with the institution of slavery have, in the process, encountered staunch resistance from the regents and alumni, among other constituencies. From contemporary debates over national identity to concerns about modern civil rights, the legacy of slavery continues to inform and impact our sense of civic belonging and investment in the experiment called the United States. Living, as we do, in a society in which many still deny the fundamental tie between Civil War and slavery helps me better understand on a systemic level Mr. Swellfellow's resistance to my insinuations of institutionalized hunger on the Somerset plantation. An admission of institutionalized hunger on the plantation would have required Mr. Swellfellow to alter his notions of the goodly altruistic master. As well, such an allowance would have required that Mr. Swellfellow consider how sentimental conventions, Christian morals and values, Southern state formation and statecraft all informed our discussion of slaves made to hunger on the plantation. While Mr. Swellfellow had his own geographically bounded, he was from the surrounding area, and personal reasons for denying the existence of slave hunger, my insistence upon the topic arose mostly from the researching for and writing of this book. I had come to know, through my research, that instances of hunger within such a pristine, well-kept context were often only indicators of a much larger culture of institutionalized hunger. I had encountered numerous masters like Somerset's Josiah Collins III, who one biographer described as an autocrat with a will as imperious and a sway as absolute as the Tsar himself. Josiah III, I would find out months after my plantation tour, fit the profile of the cultivated, overlording type of master who used hunger and all manner of social conditioning to wring from enslaved people maximum labor and to instill in these persons fear and self-denial. Hunger, with persons such as Collins, was often only the tip of the iceberg. So much more than hunger was at stake in my interactions with Mr. Swellfellow. If he and I could not talk about hunger on the plantation, then we would never, as individuals or a nation, be able to talk about other intersecting issues, such as social consumption, ritualized hunger, or cannibalistic masters populating southern plantations such as Somerset Place. For my part, my encounters at Somerset Place disturbed me and catalyzed in me a state of personal and intellectual reflection. Was the nation, not to mention the state of North Carolina, ready for an open and inquiring discussion into the topics of hunger and human consumption on the plantation? Was I ready to and capable of serving as mediator of this discussion, which clearly had a life beyond the book pages I had labored to fill over the years? In the 19th century, none but the most radical abolitionists believed the enslaved person's claims about consuming masters and their descriptions of a culture of human consumption pervading plantation life. Over a century later, not much has changed. Not only had we collectively forgotten many of the significant details of slavery that continue to impact the present, but we had also willed ourselves to forget the horrific forms that human hunger and the pursuit of power could take. Despite our will to forget and desire to reconfigure the past, the reality is that institutionalized hunger and practices of human consumption characterized life on many southern plantations. No topic disturbed and mystified 19th century America like the subject of human consumption under slavery. For the most part, whites during the time responded to this topic, as did Mr. Swellfellow, with an air of secrecy and shame. For example, one of the most notorious incidents of literal black consumption from the 19th century involved members of the whaling ship Essex, which sailed from Nantucket, Massachusetts in 1838. While Nantucketers still today have little to say about the incident, especially the fact that the first 4 crew members to be murdered and eaten by whites were black. Nantucket was known in the 19th century as a Quaker and abolitionist stronghold, and its residents then and still today find it hard to explain ship captains operating as slave drivers. African persons treated in a brutish manner aboard whaling ships, and, more pointedly, the master-slave ideology informing the consumption of the 4 black men. Colonial-era Nantucketers were not alone in their self-preserving silence. Slave-owning whites, for different reasons, covered up the reality of black consumption. Take, for example, the circumstances surrounding the consumption of Nat Turner, the black insurrectionist. Black members of the Southampton, Virginia community left oral records of whites who tried to coerce them into consuming Nat Turner's boiled-down flesh and entrails. Black persons also implied that 19th century whites might have consumed the revolutionary as a medicinal substance. Whites from the time period dismissed such ideas as folk belief, arising from the backward and infantile culture of older darkies. To add to this, scholars of Turner's experience have, on the whole, denied, infantilized, or dismissed the observations of black persons. These scholars, it seems, are not aware of those aspects of U.S. plantation culture that were based in parasiticism and a dynamic of human consumption. In Slavery and Social Death, a comparative study, Orlando Patterson described slavery as a parasitic institution that white masters strove to conceal in ideology and act. According to Patterson, the slaveholder, in order to maintain an image of himself as civilized and free of parasitic appetites, camouflage his dependence, his parasiticism, by various ideological strategies. Paradoxically, he defined the slave as dependent. This is consistent with the human technique of camouflaging a relation by defining it as the opposite of what it really is. Parasite is the perfect concept for my purposes, as it implies a range of consumptive acts, some resulting in immediate death, but most involving the passage of time and the incremental feeding upon the human host. Most of my examples of consumption on and off the plantation range from the literal murder and eating of black persons to what we might think of as metaphoric acts. I refer to these metaphoric acts, which encompass starving, flesh-seasoning rituals, and sexual modes of consumption, variously as consumption, human consumption, metaphoric consumption, instances of social consumption, and even cannibalism. I will explain the historical and contemporary significance of such terms as cannibal later in the introduction. But I wanted to acknowledge here that I do use a range of terms to describe instances of consumption. My cluster of terms challenges the layers of stereotype and imprecise language that have historically characterized the topic of the consumption of slaves. As a common strategy, masters often hid their appetites and hungers in stereotypes and ideologies that attributed these characteristics to the slaves. Patterson describes a reality wherein the master deflected his appetites and hungers onto myths of the chattel slave as dependent, childlike, and somehow ennobled by the master's consumptive needs. In dismissing the bonded person's accusations of consumption as infantile rants, which I point out using Turner's example, scholars have reinforced the slave-owning, ruling class mentality and have helped to maintain a general code of silence regarding the master's appetites and sycophantic needs. This pattern of silencing has resulted in the dismissal of the reality of those enslaved persons who frequently describe slavery as an outgrowth of the master's homoerotic and consumptive appetites. Within U.S. slavery, black men and women consistently described incidents of human consumption that occurred on literal, metaphoric, and institutional levels of social interaction. These incidents often had a homoerotic or sexual charge to them. John S. Jacobs, for example, referred to his former masters as human fleshmongers, possessed of an unnatural hunger for human flesh and soul. Naked bodies depicted on the action block, instances of rape and sexualized torture coincide with the hunger and satiation described by Jacobs. For Solomon Northrop, the gastronomical enjoyments and excesses of whites included the sexualized treatment of men, such as himself, at the hands of slave catchers, overseers, and masters. Harriet Jacobs recorded in Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, written by herself, how white mistresses acted out hungers for and erotic desires for black women in intimate spaces on the plantation. Issues of sexual dominance and white male fixations on black male virility informed the consumption of Nat Turner. Acknowledging how scholars of U.S. and transatlantic slavery have largely ignored and dismissed accusations of the cannibalizing of black Americans, I take the enslaved person's claim of human consumption seriously, and I attempt throughout this project to draw attention to how blacks experience their consumption as fundamentally erotic and more specifically homoerotic occurrence. Given the taboo nature of homoeroticism in the 19th century, black people rarely wrote about same-sex experiences or encounters with whites. In the context of consumption, though, this topic was unavoidable. For blacks could not identify, name, in language and concept, negotiate, or resist the culture of human consumption they saw pervading plantation life without unearthing the erotic implications of their consumption and, even more, constructing a sexual politics that included homoeroticism. Amazingly, 19th century black Americans, without conscious forethought, created an entirely new language and symbolic system to describe not just their consumption, but also the deeper homoerotic nuances of black life under slavery. Linking this personal reality to the larger national, political terrain, they developed strategies of resistance, a politics of moral accountability, and a social vision of human consumption that implicated the most cherished values and tenets of the Republic. When black Americans describe instances of the eating, cooking, and consumption of flesh in slave narratives, newspaper articles, speeches, testimonials, sermons, and autobiographies, they not only question the national body politic, but also try to understand why and how they had become so delectable, so erotically appetizing to a nation and white populace that, at least rhetorically, denied and despised their humanity. A New Orleans physician, Samuel A. Cartwright, perfectly captured this denial of and despising of the Negro in his medical writings. Cartwright's popular views depicted the Negro as childlike, lacking civilization, and therefore a completely undesirable species. On the topic of Negro infantile behavior, he writes, Negroes, moreover, resemble children in the activity of the liver and in their strong assimilating powers, and in the predominance of the other systems over the sanguineous. Comparing the Negro's skin to that of an animal hide, he describes how his skin is very thick, and how he has a membrane called plisa lunaris, like that which observed in apes. He reserves his most sweeping comments for so-called African biological and racial inferiority, which, in his opinion, has rendered the people of Africa unable to take care of themselves. In reality, of course, enslaved black persons took care of whites, who often acted as sycophantic children in their demands, hungers, and insatiable needs. Under this cloud of delusion, wherein whites depicted the Negro as the helpless adult infant that they themselves embody, white hungers for and desires for the Negro could flourish. On the level of acquired taste for the Negro, Cartwright's pseudo-medical science portrays how myths of the Negro child, of the eroticized and animal-like African, stoked white appetites, and made the Negro into a delectable, desirous object. Such references to black people as animal-like, infantile, and disfigured proliferate in pro-slavery rhetoric. They are so common that we do not naturally think of them as indexes of desire, of white people's fixations upon and obsessions with black bodies and sex. Even more, we are not in the habit of reading homoeroticism into comments made by persons such as Cartwright. Within the culture of consumption, there existed numerous examples of homoerotic affection between black and white men, sexualized violence, and incest bonds, among other phenomena. Yet such affections were often veiled or hidden within rhetorics of objectification and abjection. For white men, sex with and sexual attraction to black men was a natural byproduct of their physical, emotional, and spiritual hunger for the same. For black men, on the other hand, homoeroticism was a means of resisting, accommodating, and transforming the discourse of black consumption. For example, in the process of speaking about their sexual consumption, black men crossed gender boundaries, adopted the genders and identities of black and white women, and imagined themselves giving birth to new archetypes of the nation. Within black nationalist movements dating from slavery to the 1960s, black men linked effeminacy and homosexuality with the white desire to culturally and spiritually consume black men. Even black women in the late 20th century linked their discussions of mother hunger and self-consumption during slavery with violent acts of homoeroticism, references to male rape and oral violation. While the culture of U.S. consumption frames my narrative, this is a book as much about homoeroticism as it is about flesh consumption. The multiple desires, African American men and women successfully resisted their consumption and constructed a racial politics based on the hunger and desire to recover self and collective. Transatlantic origins of black consumption. The origins of the U.S. culture of consumption trace back to the first contact between colonizers and coastal Africans. By the early 20th century, even Europeans admitted to and documented a connection between European global expansion and a sexual, libidinal appetite for African flesh. A cartoon published in the French journal Le Rire in 1911 demonstrates how European hungers for conquest sometimes coincided with a homosexual hunger for African flesh. In the foreground of the cartoon, a porter, soldier, and general gather around a Bakongo man stabbed into a skewer. The Bakongo man spins around and awaits the slice of the butcher's knife resting at his knees. A 1937 cartoon published in the Belgian magazine Honger Leven that also depicted Europeans' cannibalism had a caption that perfectly captured the irony of an African turning on a skewer. Any takers for Negro soup? Such cartoons depict a different species of cannibal and an altogether different master narrative of cannibalism informing European expansion into Africa. The word Congo is tattooed on the African man's loincloth, establishing a connection between the carving up of Africa by numerous European nations and the carving up of the African male body. The homoerotic bonds shared among the white men gathered around the African man highlight the promise of Negro soup, with the Bakongo Congo man serving as a symbol of their common purpose and desire. The African body is spread-eagled before this tableau of male bonding. The general and his captain of arms, who turns a skewer, look across the black man's body into one another's eyes. The other men, bent over the half-naked body, appear to be captivated by their vulnerable prey turning delectably on the skewer. One soldier has his hand on his hips. The other has his palms pressed together and tucked tightly into his groin. The knife in the general's hand resembles a phallus, thick on the bottom and narrower at the tip. With his phallus in one hand, the general squats between the African man's legs, holding his calves apart. The Bakongo man is positioned in a manner that provides for easy anal access, the missionary position. In the Belgian cartoon, sexual erotic tastes are indistinguishable from the palate. The knife and the phallus are interchangeable signifiers. This cartoon depicts a widespread belief in Western and Central Africa that Europeans were cannibals. Groups such as the Igbo, Bakongo, Fanti, and Guinea all thought of European interlopers as cannibals. A century earlier, for example, Ali Esemani of the Borno people in Nigeria described his encounter with a European cannibal in a manner laden with terror and homoeroticism. A Sami is transported a slave throughout many Western African regions. Slave traders finally bring him and a group of kinsmen to the home of a white minister in Bathurst in 1818. The minister comes out of his home and surveys all of the slaves. He takes a marked interest in Esami, who recalls the man took hold of my hand and drew me into his house. According to Esami and the other Africans assembled, the white man strongly desires him, takes a delectable interest in this Bonu man. The terrors and observations of the other enslaved African persons erupt into whispered rumor. The white man has taken Ali and put him into the house in order to slaughter him. Inside the house, Ali imagines his seducer wielding a phallic object, a long knife. If this white man takes a knife, he thinks to himself, and I see it in his hand, I will hold it. The threat of sexual domination and dismemberment hovers at the edges of Isami's imagination. The Africans translate white male phallic power over the effeminized African subject into an erotics of appetite and eating. The slave trade ferried this culture of homoeroticism and consumption aboard slave ships across the Atlantic, where it took root and assumed a number of new forms in the context of chattel slavery. For example, within plantation culture, this culture of consumption took the form of whites literally flaying and smoking African American flesh, and overt references in slave narratives to masters literally and metaphorically consuming their slaves. For the slave, this culture of consumption was a fact of daily life, as was amply documented in slave narratives, works, progress administration, WPA interviews of ex-slaves, letters, political treatises, and autobiographies from the antebellum period. A Belgian cartoon, Ali Essami, and the literal and metaphorical consumption documented in slave narrative, letters, WPA interviews, and autobiographies are each examples of a horrific dimension of African American experience that is difficult, if not almost impossible, to put into language. Toni Morrison referred to this region of African American experience as the unspeakable. In her writing about 19th century literature and slave culture, she makes subtle references to a white culture of consumption. In an example from Playing in the Dark, Whiteness and the Literary Imagination, Morrison describes whites, and in particular a white slave mistress, as gathering identity unto herself from the wholly available and serviceable lives of Africanist others. Morrison describes a social and emotional form of cannibalism, or parasiticism, taking place in the context of plantation culture. This subject of cannibalism so disturbed the white, educated female audience of Harriet Jacobs' slave narrative that she moved all references to flesh cooking, flesh carving, and eating in her slave narrative to one chapter that readers could conveniently skip. Many morally conscious whites registered the disturbing implications of cannibalism and sought to address its national implications. For example, in Herman Melville's Moby Dick, or The Whale, which the author based upon incidents of consumption of black males at sea, Ishmael draws a parallel between his cannibal shipmate and George Washington, the first president of the United States. Queequeg, says Ishmael about his companion, was George Washington's cannibalistically developed. It is possible that our beloved slave-owning first president and founding father George Washington embodied cannibalistic hungers? This question, posed to a fictional character, struck at the heart of American founding mythologies, national issues of hunger and taste, genteel posturing, and ideas of a pure white paternity. For African Americans, this question was much more personal and poignant. Most slave narratives contain overt or covert references to flesh eating. In his Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, an American Slave, Frederick Douglass described the entire institution of slavery as a towering cannibal being. There stood slavery, glaring frightfully upon us, its robes already crimson with the blood of millions, and even now feasting itself greedily upon our own flesh. Most of what Douglass knew and felt, though, about his institutionalized cannibalism remains unspeakable and undocumented. I wish, he says, I wish I could commit to paper the feelings with which I beheld it. In part, the subject of cannibalism has been unspeakable for black men because of the homoerotic implications of such experiences. Kara Walker, commenting upon European and white cannibalism, has observed that there is a little bit of masochism, so much love and hate involved in eating something, to kill something and eat it. It's very sexual, very sensual. The consumption of black flesh often took place in the context of incestuous plantation dynamics. A master would often choose a favorite male slave as the object of his cultivated delight. Black men in such contexts had to negotiate feelings of affection, hatred, shame, sexual degradation, and arousal toward white men. Cannibalism was unspeakable, but cannibalism coupled with the subject of homoeroticism went against conventional ideas of black men as stoic, as embodiments of the valiant struggle of will and mind over body, as agents of reason and political strategy. To speak about the feelings associated with his own flesh consumption would have aligned Douglas too deeply with the unspeakable knowledge of the body as sexual and sensual object, potentially undermining the literary and literate authority we have come to associate with his masculinity. Long before the poignant questions of the color line and the Negro problem registered in the black imagination, it seems that a more pressing problematic confronted the black citizen. In the form of a question, it might have been registered as, how does it feel to be an edible, consumed object? In other words, how does it feel to be an energy source and foodstuff, to be consumed on the levels of body, sex, psyche, and soul? Answers to such questions had personal and national implications, as the personal plight of the Negro formed part of a larger homoerotic master narrative of colonial conquest and male desire. For the Negro as well as the white person, such questions necessitated a reconsideration of basic American values, such as gentility and social etiquette, colonial drive and hunger, and cherished racial categorizations. Linking homoeroticism to cannibalism. My study emphasizes homoeroticism over homosexuality. By definition, homoeroticism implies same-sex arousal and draws attention to those political, social, and libidinal forces that shape desire and, ultimately, the homosexual act. The homosexual components of the feasting, partaking of the boiling pot of Negro soup, are less important to me than the radical assumptions, political aspirations, gender codes, philosophical frameworks, and cosmologies that dictated the feelings of arousal on the part of European and white Americans towards black males and hunger for black male flesh. For example, the larger discussion of Negro effeminacy, or the idea of the Negro as the lady of the races, shapes European male desire in the Belgian cartoon. It sets the stage for homosexual consumption and makes possible what Eve Sedgwick refers to as homosocial bonding. Sedgwick has written about Victorian-era homosocial desire as operating through triangulation, operating through its relation to women and the gender system as a whole. Her referent for gender is the female body. However, in the cartoons discussed above, the African man functions as the feminized figure. Through him, the general, the soldiers, the porters, and the field attendants bond and share in homoerotic desire. The final outcome of the Negro soup scene is a type of homosexual consumption. However, long before we get to the homosexual act, the machinery of homoeroticism clicks into play, shaping and dictating the meaning and significance of the homosexual act. David Halperin has cautioned against easy conflations of modern conceptions of sexual subjectivity with those that figured in the emotional lives of pre-modern subjects. His concerns reflect the general understanding within queer theory of homosexuality as a constructed historical phenomenon. Medical and physiological discourses at the turn of the 20th century normalize and pathologize the homosexual personality type. The word homosexual was, in turn, reclaimed by the same-sex identified activists, intellectuals, and cultural workers in the 1950s and 1960s. However, the word homosexual had no currency in the 18th and 19th centuries. Neither, for that matter, did the word homoeroticism. Taking to heart the importance and necessity of historical specificity, I do not attempt to homoeroticize black experience in the 19th century. That is, I do not attempt to graft an arbitrary language and sexual modality onto the time period. The word homoeroticism in my study serves as a referent for the large set of same-sex desires and intimacies that include romantic friendship between men, same-sex incest in the context of plantation patriarchy, the romanticization of and exotization of whiteness, and literal and metaphoric cannibalism, among other things. All of these terms I identify and extrapolate from their appropriate historical and cultural contexts. Often, though, when a blanket term is called for, I use the word homoeroticism to refer to any combination of these subcategories of experience. By coupling homoeroticism with cannibalism, I have sought to ground the meaning of the word cannibalism in the African-European encounter in the Middle Passage, the originary site of black erotic sexual encounter. Paul Gilroy's The Black Atlantic, Modernity and Double Consciousness, resuscitates the Atlantic as a living symbolic and cultural entity for black people of the African diaspora. Gilroy effectively recast the Atlantic as a 20th century migratory structure through the image of ships, composed of triangular routes along with black people in South Africa, England, and the Americas have ferried philosophical, political, and musical materials. Like Gilroy, I also appeal to the African diaspora as a site of black cultural formation and transmission. However, for me, the organizing metaphor is not the ship, but the captured bodies brought aboard slave ships and the ways those bodies, specifically male bodies, underwent a process of sexual and social cannibalization. Traditionally, historical considerations of cannibalism in the context of European exploration and occupation of foreign lands focus on European ideas of natives, American and African, as cannibals. Take the 1503 decree of Queen Isabella of Spain that dictated that no Indians under her dominion were to be hurt or captured. However, a certain people called cannibals might be fairly fought and, if captured, enslaved, as punishment for crimes committed against my subjects. This early distinction between Indians and cannibals would eventually give way to the thought that all Indians and Indian ways were heathen or subject to cannibalistic practices. Similarly, Europeans, generally speaking, believe diverse African groups from one end of the continent to the other a cannibalistic race. 19th century Europeans and Americans promulgated the idea of the heathen African, which also implied cannibalism. Speaking of the Christian reformation of the African cannibal, Reverend Henry Ward Beecher defined heathenism in 1850 as derived from idolatry, from fornication and incest, from infanticide and cannibalism. Today, a growing body of cannibalism scholarship has developed that spans the disciplines of literature, anthropology, history, philosophy, political economy, cultural studies, and post-colonial studies. In fact, cannibalism is said by many scholars to be one of the most important topics in cultural criticism today. An exciting outcome of this emerging corpus of cannibalism scholarship is that it takes us beyond the Eurocentric master narrative of cannibalism into a complex arena that includes, for example, recent sophisticated work on African Maine and Azunde customs and practices of cannibalism. We now have a deeper understanding of the human sacrifice and consumption rituals of Aztec and other Mesoamerican people. We also now have studies that excavate and analyze European legacies of religious, medicinal, and survival cannibalism, and still other studies that locate the cannibalistic urge within the European Enlightenment itself, within the workings of the modern and postmodern European and American state. The postcolonial branch of contemporary cannibalism studies has been most helpful to my work. This branch has, more than any other, undertaken to unearth and analyze the cannibalism discourses that arose from colonial contact between Europeans and Africans and Native Americans. As I emphasized earlier, Europeans were not the only ones who understood the colonial encounter in terms of cannibalism. On both sides of the Atlantic, in Africa and the Americas, Black and African people in the 19th century documented this culture in slave and travel narratives, political philosophy, and treatises, newspaper articles and sermons, among other types of documentation. For example, the famous 1839 slave insurrection aboard the ship Amistad occurred because the Mende revolt leader, Segbe Pie, and those who followed him feared that Spanish slavers intended to eat them. As I have demonstrated, the African belief that Europeans were cannibals was not uncommon. Importantly, such beliefs represented the captured Africans' first articulations of an intersection between themselves, their bodies, erotic life force, labor capacity, and exoticization, and the Europeans' hunger for new land, physical and psychic contact with foreign others, and a perfect state of global dominion. The logic and incisiveness of those first African critiques of European cannibalism have accrued power and congealed into a number of contemporary African cannibal discourses. For example, in contemporary Sierra Leone, the land of those original Mende aboard the Amistad, cannibalism serves as a politically charged hidden transcript intended to expose, discredit, and disrupt the imbricated relations of power at work in Sierra Leone during the late 1980s, just prior to its descent into civil war. Today, in the context of post-colonial African political struggles, the language of inequality continues to revolve around the metaphors of eating and, by extension, cannibalistic consumption. The trope of cannibalism as a symbol for the economic exploitation, material accumulation, and violent coercion carried out by post-colonial elites has, in fact, come to dominate Africa political discourse. Because the examples of cannibalism that I use in the book range from figurative tropes to literal flesh-eating to rituals of flesh-taking and harvesting, I employ a cluster of terms that delineate the range of applications and cannibalism context that my study encompasses. The list includes the word consume, consumption, social consumption, appetite, taste, delectable, delectability, hunger, ingestion, and auto-cannibalism. I use the words cannibalism and consumption interchangeably. The phrase a culture of consumption might elsewhere appear as a cannibal culture. I frequently use consumption as a modifier, as in consumption rituals and consumption practices. I think that my preference for the word consumption has something to do with the word's rootedness in modern notions of market economies, commodities, consumer appetite, and so forth. While my usage is always particular and usually grounded in human-to-human exchanges, I always have in mind the affluent ruling class 18th and 19th century economies that make possible the consumption of the slave along with other traded commodities, such as liquor, spices, and foodstuffs from foreign lands. I use the words taste, appetite, and delectable mostly to refer to how the desire for the African slave or American black person had Epicurean implications. This desire was less about literal consumption and more about the cultivated taste the white person developed for the African. Whites often satiated this taste and appetite through acts of violence, sexual exploitation, imagined ingestion of the black, or through stage rituals designed to incrementally harvest black spirit and soul. The delectability of the black person was of course a factor in literal flesh consumption. But my main point, which I explain at length in Chapter 1, is that literal cannibalism always occurred within cultural, ideological contexts. The cultural context to which I frequently refer, the plantation, the slave ship, the general schooner, the African coastal town, were highly eroticized situations and locales. The words delectable, taste, and appetite bring together homoeroticism in these contexts with overlapping occurrences of consumption. My use of the word hunger relates to the idea of auto-cannibalism. Auto-cannibalism, or self-consumption, involves people consuming themselves voluntarily or through external coercion. In many instances, the cultivation of literal and emotional hunger in the slave produced the opposite effect. The hunger for familial connection, for self and safety, and the ability to resist literal and spiritual consumption led to just that, resistance and self-reclamation in the slave. In the second part of the book, chapters 5 and 6, this idea of hunger takes prominence, as I delineate the numerous ways the slave resisted cannibalism and struggled mightily against the institutionalized urge for self-consumption. The emphasis upon the economic and metastructural in contemporary cannibalism discourse, especially within the post-colonial branch, has tended to obscure the underlying erotic implications of cannibalism between Europeans and Africans. This body of belief in political philosophy tends to evade or stop short of addressing issues of sexuality, sexual power, desire, and same-sex eroticism. I foreground same-sex eroticism because it brings the focus to issues of desire, power, and gender formation, and helps me establish cannibalism as an originary framework for the emergence of homoeroticism out of the transatlantic slave trade and plantation culture. At the juncture where homoeroticism and cannibalism intersected, a new type of cannibalism system, beliefs and practices emerged. On the continent of Africa, encounters with white Christian minister cannibals expanded traditional Western and Central African cannibal beliefs to include the church, mercantilism, and European imperialism as institutionalized venues of cannibalism and resource consumption. Slavery as history and memory. Much of contemporary scholarship on the African diaspora or the Black Atlantic has tended to follow Gilroy's path, emphasizing routes of transmission instead of the roots of origins and cultural legacies. An unfortunate result of this approach to the Black Atlantic is that, as Houston Baker Jr. notes, much of the multi-locational history of specific diasporic communities gets erased or overlooked. In particular, Baker takes issue with Gilroy's mishandling of the history and legacy of slavery and bondage. The Black Atlantic remains surprisingly abstract and interdeterminate with respect to the very chronotype the book claims as an analytical organizing symbol, namely ships in motion across the spaces between Europe, America, Africa, and the Caribbean. In fact, after early mention, ships virtually disappear from Gilroy's work. They disappear as chronotypes, material vessels transplanting black populations, dread transports of conquered peoples to penal colonies of the Americas. Ships as disciplinary and carceral holds on the shackled black body receive no extensive treatment in the Black Atlantic. As Baker does in Turning South Again, Rethinking Modernism, Rereading Booker T, I also aim to bring together ships and plantations. For this issue of roots of cultural transmission is not simply a matter of revising or changing the master narrative from Eurocentric to African origins of Black American culture. Rather, at stake in this debate over cultural origins is a deeper understanding of the ways in which, for example, the penal politics of slavery and chattel bondage speak to current political phenomena, such as the incarceration of black people and black men in particular, economic issues of racial reparations, and the larger systemic sedimentation of racial inequality, and issues of trauma and post-traumatic stress that affect the ideological and material aspects of black uplift politics and communities. To give a more concrete example of the contemporary implications of the cultural origins debate, in Chapter 5, I examine how William Styron's historical novel, The Confessions of Nat Turner, occasioned the first ever public debate on the subject of homosexuality in the context of slavery. This national debate, occurring in the 1960s, demonstrated how, for black people, the memory of slavery and questions of cultural origins attached to the slave ship had profound political implications rooted in the history and memory of slavery. My transhistorical approach to slavery is informed, in part, by contemporary calls in African American cultural studies for the excavation of documented materials on the subject of homoeroticism during slavery. Many black gay scholars in the 1990s saw their contemporary dislocation from black communities and political infrastructures as linked to a larger history of dislocation and silencing dating back, at least, to slavery. Charles I. Nero, for example, felt that 1980s Afrocentrists, black arts spokespersons, and black power advocates might have changed their ideas about black gays as threats to and pariahs within black families had they known that homoeroticism existed during slavery. Referencing a few antebellum court cases in which black men were persecuted for sodomy offenses, Nero wrote, "Although the evidence for homosexual practices among black male slaves is small, it does suggest that we do not exclude homoeroticism from life on the plantation." Beyond these instances of criminalization, Nero concludes that additional evidence of homosexuality excavated from diaries, letters, and narratives would go a long way towards helping us revise our models of the black family and of homosexuality as alien to black culture. Intuitively, black gay men understood the issue of homosexuality during slavery as a complex phenomenon shaped by a number of factors, including the nation's unresolved relationship to the legacy of slavery, black liberation ideology dating back to slavery, and, most importantly, the maintenance of traditional notions of family and community that originated in the 18th and 19th centuries. The legacy and memory of slavery had a powerful effect that left many black gay men feeling isolated from and rendered invisible within black communities. Joseph Beam said it first and best, "I cannot go home as who I am. When I speak of home, I mean not only the familial constellation from which I grew, but the entire black community, the black press, the black church, black academicians, the black literati, and the black left. I am most often rendered invisible, perceived as a threat to the family, or am tolerated if I am silent and inconspicuous." Beam's comments echo back through time to the threatening relationship between the homosexual Bayard Rustin and the civil rights movement, and, before Rustin, to the homosexual threat that Augustus Dill represented to the Crisis magazine and W.E.B. Du Bois. Both Rustin and Dill experienced scandalous public sex incidents in the 1950s and 1920s, respectively, that involved arrests and, in Rustin's case, widely circulated media attention. Both men, loyal and dedicated racial liberation advocates, were asked by key black figures to remove themselves from organizing centers of the civil rights and Reconstruction movements. As Philip Bryan Harper has noted, the black homosexual functioned in the 20th century as an index for black masculine anxieties. These range from the very personal and painful anxieties of lynching, castration, and the denial of civil rights to a larger set of anxieties rooted in historical erasure and cultural genocide. Black gays in the late 20th century found themselves in a double bind of history and memory, which had an unfortunate result. Black people equated their sexual identities with homosexual violation dating back to slavery. In response to this dynamic, such black gay scholars as Robert F. Reed Farr, Derek Scott, Nero, Marlon Ross, Charles Clifton, Dwight A. McBride, Harper, Lyndon Barrett, and Ron Simmons, among others, took this opportunity to historicize their sexual identities and subject positions and to call attention to the ways in which black people, at least since the Reconstruction era, have conflated the legacy of homosexuality during slavery with the 20th century notion of the black faggot, or Negro homosexual. For example, Eldridge Cleaver associated anal sex between a white man and black man with a racial death wish extending back to slavery and with miscegenation. Cleaver conflated his contemporary understanding of the homosexual person with the particular and different ways in which homosexuality was thought of and configured in the context of slavery. Working with Cleaver's idea of the Negro homosexual, Reed Farr asserts in Black Gay Man that to be fucked in the ass by the white man is not simply to be overcome by white culture, white intellect, white notions of superiority. Contradicting Cleaver, Reed Farr suggests that the act of anal penetration, at least in the realm of memory, opens up space for the reconstruction of the black imaginary such that the most sacrosanct of black truths might be transgressed. Truly, the inability to creatively imagine homosexuality during slavery reflected a fundamental fear within the black collective of moving outside of the normative categories of masculinity, reproduction, pleasure, and family. Elaborating on this point, Reed Farr notes that black people are most accustomed to thinking of black female violation during slavery because this theme resonates with a long history of black American literature and lore in which the licentious white man acts as the absolute spoiler of black desire. Reed Farr's assertions are borne out in the heart-trending depictions in black men's slave narratives and autobiographies of black mothers, daughters, and wives raped by white men, or the whole lynching and raping dynamic wherein black men are the historical objects of lynching and castration, and black women serve as the historical objects of rape. The image of the white southerner fucking the black man, however, throws all this into confusion, Reed Farr contends. It did not occur to Cleaver or to many of his compatriots in the 1960s that a sexually receptive black man during slavery might have absolutely nothing to do, historically speaking, with a self-declared cosmopolitan homosexual man living in the 1960s or 1990s. In the 20th century, our most prevalent examples of same-sex contact during slavery have tended to focus on anal rape and other types of sexual abuse, a fact that underscores this issue of memory, or, more specifically, the failure and inability to imagine homosexuality in complicated ways during slavery. This was the problem that Nero had with Morrison's depiction of black men preferring sex with animals and performing forced fellatio on white prison guards in Beloved. Deborah McDowell suggests that in order to see black masculinity during slavery in a more complicated frame, we may have to revise our prevailing genealogy, our way of locating black male heroicism and virility at the center of black uplift and liberation in the 19th century. Citing Douglas's slave narratives, McDowell focuses on his omission of his matrilineal legacy, suggesting that his gender, sex, and uplift politics derive from the female body, black subjugation, mother hunger and loss, rape and sexual violation, as opposed to the genealogy of white male dominance and authority that Douglas foregrounds. A black feminist, Eve Frances White, has admitted that for her and many others the issue of homosexuality during slavery brings to the surface ambivalent feelings. Nevertheless, she encourages scholars of the African American experience to explore the implications of homosexual rape and its relationship to heterosexual rape. Furthermore, she advocates that we inquire with Morrison-like curiosity why historians have presented the African American past as if the only sexual concerns that black men had during slavery were castration, and whether they could protect, and for some control, black women's bodies. Baker enacted just such a revision when he asserted, in Turning South Again, that there existed a deeply homoerotic bond between Booker T. Washington and all white men, but in particular, and most expressly between the Wizard of Tuskegee and General Armstrong. Baker's comments, while speculative and cautious in his text, reflect a gradual turning within African Americanist scholarship towards the erotic and interior lives of black men during slavery. All told, we have at the end of the 20th century a collective call and move to excavate homoerotic materials in theoretical frameworks as a means of redefining and better understanding African American and larger American experience. The Delectable Negro responds to this collective call for a deeper, more useful understanding of homosexuality in the context of slavery by focusing on the 19th century as a moment in which black masculinity, racial identity, homoeroticism, and a distinctive American appetite for black male flesh and soul congealed. I concur with Maurice O. Wallace that still today, too few critics and historians have pursued the problems and paradoxes inherent in black male enslavement. Wallace's excellent and wide-ranging study, Constructing the Black Masculine, Identity and Ideality in African American Men's Literature and Culture, 1775 through 1995, Foreground Sexuality, Homosocial Behavior, and Black Masculine Anxiety as crucial social and theoretical frames for black masculine studies, focusing on the 18th and 19th centuries. His approach to the study of black masculinity marks a general shift echoed in more recent works that deal explicitly and implicitly with black masculinity in the 19th and early 20th centuries, among them Turning South Again, Rethinking Modernism, Rethinking Booker T, Manning the Race, Reforming Black Men in the Jim Crow Era, Impossible Witnesses, Truth, Abolitionism, and Slave Testimony, Are We Not Men? Masculine Anxiety and the Problem of African American Identity, and Conjugal Union, the Body, the House, and the Black American. No study on black masculinity in the 19th century focuses on homoeroticism. This has partly to do with issues of material evidence that have been duly noted by scholars of the African American experience. Many have argued that there simply are not enough primary materials available to conduct such a study. Contrary, though, to these claims of absence, I argue that homoeroticism did exist among 19th century black peoples, chattel or free, literate or non-literate, through a number of factors have prevented us from being able to discern and engage with the subject of homoeroticism as it existed then. Most importantly, our contemporary framing of homosexuality has obscured our vision. In addition, the absence of appropriate linguistic apparatus, the dearth of historical documentation, and the lack of theoretical models with which to excavate homoeroticism from extant historical documents have all contributed to a lack of substantive information on the subject of homoeroticism. The extant materials on homoeroticism that I work with in this study include slave narratives, works progress administration interviews of ex-slaves, advertisements for runaway slaves, neo-slave narratives, journals, diaries, novels, poetry, and historical fiction. Most of the materials that I work with are staples of African American literature and culture, such as the slave narratives of Harriet Jacobs and Frederick Douglass. Other materials, such as James L. Smith's slave narrative, advertisements for runaway slaves, and numerous articles from black newspapers published in the 19th century, are additions to the archive. In this way, I have attempted to respond to the call for the excavation of materials on the subject of homoeroticism during slavery. The chapters of the book conform to my theoretical framing of homoeroticism in the context of cannibal culture and as a derivative of African homosexual practices reconstituted in the Americas. Chapter 1, Cannibalism in Transatlantic Context, opens with an examination of Olaudah Equiano's well-known slave narrative, the interesting narrative of the life of Olaudah Equiano or Gustavus Vassa, the African, written by himself. Equiano's narrative brings together the themes of homoeroticism and cannibalism. It gives ample examples of Europeans and West Africans' belief about cannibalism in the context of young Equiano's romantic chivalric relationship formed aboard a slave ship with a young white American lad from the slave-owning South. Scholars have tended to dismiss the depictions of cannibalism in the narrative. I treat them seriously and use them to establish an interconnection between cannibalism and chattel homoeroticism, and to establish a transatlantic context for incidents of cannibalism and homoerotic interactions in U.S. plantation culture that I discuss in the second chapter. In Chapter 2, Sex, Honor, and Human Consumption, I examine literal and symbolic examples of human consumption in the antebellum United States. I begin with a discussion of the above-mentioned Essex affair, which involved the consumption of 4 black men in the 19th century. Isolating issues of male secrecy, shame, and honor inherent in the Essex affair, I move to a broader discussion of the same issues in the slave narratives of black men who documented their social consumption. Finally, in the context of black male lives and voices, I look at the widespread 19th century concern over whether the United States was becoming a cannibal nation. This debate, which occurred among the clergy, congressmen, judges, and artists among others, centered upon slavery as an essentially consumptive institution. The third chapter, A Tale of Hunger Retold, Ravishment and Hunger in F. Douglass's Life and Writing, focuses on Frederick Douglass's depiction of human consumption as a phenomenon that ate away at the psyche and soul. None was more articulate than Douglass about how these dimensions of the consumption of slaves eroded one's ability to resist and strategize against slavery. His observations in this chapter provide a blueprint for how the slave struggled in mind, emotions, and spirit, not only against social consumption, but also against endemic mechanisms of starvation and hunger designed to break the enslaved person. Douglass's own hunger for self, familial and ancestral bonds, and civil status manifested as complex erotic ties to white men and cross-gender behavior. Douglass's gender-variant and homoerotic experiences provide an opportunity to think anew about 19th century models of black masculinity as gender-variant and tied to emotional, erotic urges. The focus of Chapter 4, Incest and Human Consumption, is Harriet Jacobs' incidents in the life of a slave girl. Jacobs' narrative depicts some of the more graphic scenes of human consumption ever portrayed in a U.S. slave narrative. She depicts masters within the domestic realm as epicures of black flesh, sex, terror, and institutionalized hunger and starvation. Focusing on Luke, a black man raped by his master, and Jacobs herself, I elucidate the intersections between incestuous plantation dynamics and the culture of human consumption. Both Luke and Jacobs are infantilicized and form a part of a genealogy of human consumption that, for the master and mistress, extends back to childhood and learned psychophantic relationships with mammy figures, black uncle figures, and black playmates. Chapters 5 and 6 look at the topic of human consumption from more contemporary perspectives. Chapter 5, Eating Nat Turner, focuses on William Styron's novel, The Confessions of Nat Turner. This novel, along with 10 black writers respond, the edited black response to the novel, marked the first time that the subject of homosexuality during slavery had received sustained public debate. I focus on what many black intellectuals and activists call Styron's homosexual representation of and degradation of Nat Turner's life and revolutionary efforts. Other black male critics of Styron's novel accuse him of effeminizing and cannibalizing Nat Turner. As I've mentioned, Turner's corpse was treated in a manner that suggests it might have been consumed as medicine and dispensed as a component of pharmacological serums. In this chapter, I explore homoeroticism and cannibalism as transhistorical phenomena, linking the consumptive history presented in chapters 1 and 2 to the political insurgence of the 1960s. The final chapter of the book, Chapter 6, The Hungry Nigger, opens with an examination of the controversy surrounding the chain gang oral sex scene in Toni Morrison's Beloved. Black male responses to this scenario, and the novel in general, have ranged from accusations of homophobia to a lambasting of Morrison's valorization of black suffering, to reading the scene as psychoanalytic encapsulation of black male erotic life on the plantation. I suggest that the profound usefulness of this scenario is in conveying how, at the end of the 20th and beginning of the 21st century, we are still at a loss for language and appropriate metaphors with which to describe black male hunger within plantation culture of consumption. Hunger serves in the novel as an index for a culture of consumption, for black male emotional loss, trauma, and need, and for a complex black male erotic life. I draw parallels between Morrison's novels and late 19th century neo-slave narratives. From Morrison's novel, I segue into a more formal theoretization of what I call the black male orifice. This section of the chapter takes into account the long-standing historical challenge of theorizing and thinking through black male erotic orifices, the anus and mouth in particular. Working with Baker's notion of the tight place, I suggest that we need to ground these erotic regions along with the notion of black men hungering in actual historical places. To this end, I sketch a genealogy of the black male orifice that recuperates the Middle Passage, plantation slavery, and transatlantic slavery as homoerotic and erogenous zones of black male experience. As a final prelude, I pose the question, what if the 19th century cannibalism question and debate pointed in a direction of inquiry we desperately needed to resolve? And from this side of things, what if we in this contemporary moment have a responsibility to make sense of that question, tracing its outgrowths to our current political and social climates? Cannibalism in transatlantic context. In the 18th and 19th centuries, Europeans did not understand the extent to which Western and Central Africans regarded them as cannibals and flesh harvesters. In an 1849 exchange between Agostino, an African-born slave, and the Select Committee of the House of Lords, appointed to consider the best means which Great Britain can adopt for the final extinction of the African slave trade, British interrogators questioned the African man regarding his belief in European cannibalism. British interrogators could not understand what had put the idea into the slaves' heads that they were to be eaten. "Are they eaten in their own country?" asked the British interrogator, as ignorant and suspicious of African as the new slaves were of the white world. In an expected rhetorical maneuver, the interrogator places the onus of proof and explanation on the African man, Agostino. The British man is willing to believe that African cultural practices lend themselves to cannibalism, whereas he presumes that civilized European legislative processes, mechanisms of reason, and critical inquiry rise above such a cannibal accusation. Had Agostino truly received the opportunity and felt compelled to explain the particular constellation of beliefs, social practices, human signs, and perceptions informing the Africans' belief in white cannibals, members of the Select Committee would have learned more that day than they probably wanted to know about African notions of Christian cannibalism, slavery as a process of human consumption, and sex and the consumptive appetites of white from African perspectives. The British interrogator asks the African man to speak, to testify before the legislative body, but then renders his voice and perceptual reality, what he might have said about white cannibalism, unspeakable. Rather than inquiring into exactly what the Africans meant by eating and flesh consumption, Europeans and white Americans habitually applied to African persons and cultural practice generic theories of social ineptitude and cannibalistic hunger. For example, in 1839, American media proliferated with images of the Mende persons who had taken over the slave ship Amistad. A number of the Mende men had pointy file teeth and emerged from the slave ship onto American shores wearing no clothing. According to Patricia A. Turner, white Americans equated the African men's pointed teeth and their nakedness with cannibalism. This was an appalling and disturbing lack of modesty as far as white Americans were concerned. In their minds, it made sense that people who were ambivalent about clothing would be the kind to eat human flesh. The Mende, though, had their own ideas about Europeans as cannibals. It was the fear of cannibalistic Europeans that inspired the Mende men to revolt, seize the slave ship, and attempt to sail the vessel back to Sierra Leone. Firmly wedded to rigid notions of their own civility, Europeans have, for the most part, presumed themselves beyond accusations of cannibalism. As we see with the British interrogator, the belief in European supremacy determines the direction and outcome of the exchange. From the outset, the British interrogator interprets any insight Agostino would bring to the topic of Europeans as cannibals as evidence of African cannibalistic ways. In the context of hearings focused on the African person and on ending the slave trade, the last thing British magistrates wanted to discuss was the topic of an emerging European cannibal. They wanted to end the slave trade, absolve their nation of moral taint, and return the Africans to their original status of savagery unless the civilizing efforts of missionaries and other such persons sent to reform the continent of Africa intervened. Taking my cue from this exchange between the British official and Agostino, I explore in this chapter the correlation between the consumptive appetites of whites and the transatlantic slave trade. It is my contention that somewhere between European denial and African accusation, a new species of civilized white cannibal was born. This white cannibal was unique to the Middle Passage and transatlantic slavery. In addition to literal acts of eating, carving, and cooking flesh, European and American whites developed a culture of cannibalism wherein daily acts of violence, religious conversion, slave seasoning and breaking, and sexual brutality all fed into the master's appetite for African flesh and souls. Many historical texts on the subject of slavery describe the importance of the process of seasoning for breaking men and women and making them into docile slaves. Elaborating on the culinary connotations of the word seasoning, season, to heighten or improve the flavor of food by adding condiments, spices, herbs, or the like, I link the physically brutal culture of seasoning to the parallel development of erotic appetites, tastes, and aesthetic longings for the black male. This broader understanding of seasoning is important, as it helps explain how institutional processes such as Christian indoctrination, male fraternal love and bonding, and the acquisition of literacy facilitated the social consumption of the Negro and the creation of high cultural premium upon African flesh. The textual focus of this chapter is Olaudah Equiano's The Interesting Narrative of the Life of Olaudah Equiano or Gustavus Vassa, the African, written by himself. We recognize Equiano's text as a staple among transatlantic slave narratives. It was the first to document extensively the experiences and travails of an African Igbo child sold into slavery and shuttled among English, U.S., and Caribbean slave owners. What is still little acknowledged among scholars of Equiano's narrative is how his text documents at length the process of the slave's social consumption, focusing on culinary rituals, processes of flesh seasoning, and the hunger and appetites whites developed for blacks in the context of slave culture. Equiano's text is a useful touchstone for beginning his book-length discussion of homoeroticism and human consumption, as it brings together this culture of consumption with male fraternity and homoeroticism. Equiano's social consumption always happens in the context of intimate, homoerotic relations, a fact suggesting that intimacy and connection rather than abjection and disconnection might have best facilitated the slave social consumption. For the most part, our scholarly responses to African accusations of cannibalism have failed to penetrate the surface. This is the case even as the accusations against Europeans proliferate, arising from local patterns of thought and belief about cannibalism. Generally speaking, Africans taken by force from their home communities feared Europeans, whom they frequently thought of as ministers of destruction, magicians, and flesh-eaters. Otoba Cubano, a West African captured by English slave traders and taken to England, recalled the first time he saw whites. "We came to a town where I saw several white people, which made me afraid that they would eat me, according to our notion as children in the inland parts of the country." Joseph Wright, of the Egba people of Nigeria, fell into a deep depression when his kinsmen sold him as a slave to the Portuguese. At the root of his depression was the common belief that the Portuguese were going to eat us when we got to their country. Even worse, by way of reputation than the Portuguese, were the English, whom some African groups understood to be an even more vicious species of cannibal. After their capture by the Portuguese, Wright and his kinsmen come the next day upon an English man-of-war. He fully believes the Portuguese when they describe the English as the real species of cannibal. They, the Portuguese, told us that these were the people which would eat us if we suffered them to prize us. Scholars of the transatlantic slave trade and the black experience have tended either to metaphorize or dismiss such examples as superstitious thought or unfounded indigenous terrors. Scholarship on the life of Otabenga, a pygmy man brought to the United States in the late 19th century and displayed as an attraction in a zoo, exhibits these tendencies. Benga is described by his biographer as believing that white men, are cannibals, a fear ascribed mostly to superstition Benga and the equally savage Apache chieftain Geronimo shared. Benga, who is portrayed as prone to childish pranks and witchcraft, and his pygmy-based cannibal beliefs are thought to have no critical bearing upon the structures of U.S. imperialism and exotic consumerism. Mia Bay situates African beliefs that European were cannibals in a historical context that ultimately reinforces Western conceptions of reality and overlooks the social logic and human science behind African cannibal beliefs. She attributes such beliefs to traditional African tribal animosities that place the imputation of cannibalism on distrusted foreign peoples, and to the fact that Africans taken by the Europeans in the context of slavery were usually never seen again. Bay concludes that African misapprehensions about white cannibalism were not real. Rather, she finds them to be based on a distorted historical viewpoint, a viewpoint easily corrected with facts. In White Cannibals, Black Martyrs, Fear, Depression, and Religious Faith as Causes of Suicide Among New Slaves, William D. Pearson draws conclusions similar to those asserted by Bay. He also attributes African misapprehension of white cannibalism to several culturally limiting and determined factors. These include the fact that kin and kinsmen who were taken in the slave trade were never heard from again, coastal Africans' mistrust of foreign peoples, and the widespread belief among differing African groups that the more suspect tribes, such as the Igbo, Coromantes, Angolians, Ibibiros, were cannibals. Such logic, while meant to be corrective, has ultimately reinforced the idea of the African as superstitious and lacking a civilized perspective on the world and humankind. Furthermore, such thinking presumes a historical trajectory in which beliefs and practices related to cannibalism are pre-civilization, with civilization being characteristically European and associated with Western advancement. We are not in the habit of thinking about slavery and consumption as coterminous realities. It seems such an unreal occurrence to those who know very little of the global history of slavery and human consumption. Carl O. Williams, extrapolating from observations of ancient Icelandic slavery, describes the slave master as the ultimate human parasite, one whose fundamental relationship to the slave is that of a consumer to a food source or commodity. He writes, "This class of the lowly is the source from which the master class draws its livelihood and leisure. Thraldom, slavery, is a degree of cannibalism. It is a system of man feeding upon man. The master is a human parasite who, by the right of might, has secured his fellow man in the bonds of thraldom in order to feed upon them and use them for the satisfaction of his appetites." According to Orlando Patterson, sexual desire and codes of masculine honor strongly inform this culture of human consumption described by Williams. What the slave mainly fed was the master's sense of honor and his sexual appetite. After methodically butchering and cooking a male slave over a rolling open fire, one Kentucky slave master reported to his wife that he had never enjoyed himself so well at a ball as he had enjoyed himself that evening. Such incidents proliferated throughout the slave trading diaspora, especially in the Caribbean and the Americas, where carving, cooking, and eating of flesh served as punishments and conditioning rituals. Typically, masters derived feelings of pleasure and social empowerment from rituals of torture and consumption. Patterson, concurring with Williams and drawing upon analysis of slavery among primitive Germanic peoples, observed also that slaves were socially consumed, and that this process of consumption was endemic to all other slave-holding societies, both before and after European global expansion. Importantly, both Williams and Patterson foreground the erotic and more specifically the homoerotic desires of masters that shape and inform master-slave relations. Masters received a sexual high or erotic charge from the consumptive acts. Power and sex intertwined with the slave's body, and sex serving not only the purpose of pleasure and erotic fulfillment, but also reinforcing the master's authority, supremacy, and dominance. Romancing the cannibal. Equiano's The Interesting Narrative of the Life of Oluwado Equiano, or Gustavus Vassa, is today regarded as an exemplary specimen of African civilization and cultural production. Equiano is not the silenced and culturally determined Agostino, who speaks but is not heard. Instead, Equiano, an African-born, formerly enslaved man, managed to achieve literacy and pen his narrative, which is not only a vindication of his Igbo people, but a model of literature in the genre of the travel, slave, and exploratory narrative. While little substantive scholarship has been written on the topic, Equiano's text remains one of our most thorough and elucidative explorations of the European acting as a type of cannibal in the transatlantic context. In his travel narrative, Equiano describes a culture of cannibalism based in practices of cutting, harvesting, and cooking flesh. In keeping with Patterson's assertion, a homoerotic sexual appetite facilitates the African social consumption in Equiano's narrative. Homoerotic desire serves as a means of tasting, ingesting, and cultivating an institutionalized appetite for African flesh. Furthermore, in Equiano's narrative, the institutions of Christian fraternity, chivalric homoerotic love, transatlantic mercantilism, and literacy all serve as a means through which European and American white males cultivate high cultural taste for African males and perpetuate metaphoric and erotic rituals of consumption. Scholars of Equiano's life and work have categorized and studied the interesting narrative as a slave narrative, a travel narrative, and an autobiography. Though it fits into all of these categories, I approach the text primarily as a slave narrative. When Equiano penned his narrative, British abolitionist efforts were well underway. The interview between Agostino and representatives of the British Select Committee reflected the British government's determination to throw its full legislative powers behind the ending of the African slave trade. In the prefatory material to the narrative, Equiano includes a letter that he wrote to the British Parliament. The letter begins, "Permit me with the greatest deference and respect to lay at your feet the following genuine narrative, the chief design of which is to excite in your august assemblies a sense of compassion for the miseries which the slave trade has entailed on my unfortunate countrymen." Equiano wrote with the intention of locating himself and his narrative within this national abolitionist conversation. Equiano's abolitionist sentiments and finely attuned awareness of English feelings of cultural superiority distinguish his text from narrative written by his peers. It is the perfect text for initiating a discussion of black male consumption in a transatlantic context, as it is the prototype of the slave narrative, and prefigures representations of white cannibalism in the slave narratives published by black American men in the 19th century. Henry Louis Gates Jr. has described Equiano's narrative as the silent second text of the narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass. Following a marketing strategy established by Equiano, Douglass distributed his slave narrative on both sides of the Atlantic and received acclaim in U.S. and British abolitionist circles. Equiano's narrative, like none written before or after, provides an early snapshot of black experience and identity as transatlantic. It is the story of a West African child sold into slavery, bartered among white masters, and raised aboard schooners that traversed the Atlantic carrying slaves and cargo from England to the Caribbean, and then to the United States. Equiano begins his narrative as an isolated and traumatized child whose overwhelming response to slave captors is fear and terror. He fears he will be eaten. He fears the whites are cannibals. Equiano first raises his concern that the whites are cannibals after British slavers purchase him and take him aboard the slave ship African Snow. Secretly, the African youth questions his bonded kinsmen about the whites. "I asked them if we were not to be eaten by those white men with horrible looks, red faces, and long hair." The first section of his narrative documents his constant preoccupation with cannibalistic Europeans. His initial observations are only confirmed by visions of boilers and African bodies chained together, presumably waiting to be fed to the boilers. When I looked round the ship too, and saw a large furnace or copper boiling, and a multitude of black people of every description chained together, every one of their countenances expressing dejection and sorrow, I no longer doubted of my fate, and quite overpowered with horror and anguish, I felt motionless on the deck and fainted. Even after the crew of the slaver and his own kinsmen confirm for him that he is not to be eaten, Equiano's fears persist. When the crew captures a shark and hoists it aboard the slaver, he reports, "This gladdened my poor heart exceedingly, as I thought it would serve the people to eat instead of their eating me." Playing upon his fears, the ship captain, also his slave master, would often threaten to eat Equiano and his best friend Dick. He said he would kill Dick, as he always called him, first and afterwards me. Equiano, later in the narrative, reflects back on his childish ignorance and views of Europeans and corrects himself. That fear, however, which was the effect of my ignorance, wore away as I began to know them. I could now speak English tolerably well. I no longer looked upon them as spirits, but as men superior to us Africans, and therefore I had the stronger desire to resemble them. Equiano strives to be, and does ultimately become, an Anglo-African. I soon grew a stranger to terror of every kind, and was, in that respect, at least almost an Englishman. In this pivotal section of the narrative, Equiano seems to resolve the issue of European cannibalism by attributing such perception to his indigenous naivete. Scholars have, for the most part, followed his prompt, assuming that the issue of human consumption has no bearing on those portions of the narrative that follow chapter 4. The remaining chapters of the narrative, chapters 5 through 12, depict his further cultural training and his sometimes harrowing, sometimes pleasant initiation into the ways of English civilization. I want to suggest, though, that the subject of cannibalism in the narrative is more complex than this. Later in the narrative, Equiano describes a culture of human cannibalism wherein whites perform as human butchers in order to satiate their appetites for African flesh, terror, and sometimes sex. In the context of such occurrences, white men relate to Equiano as a delectable object who is not so much literally consumed as tasted, erotically desired, and cultivated as an object of male erotic needs and social stature. Patterson's idea of the master as a parasite who forces the slave to feed the master's sense of honor and his sexual appetite dictates Equiano's relationship to white men, who subject him to both personal and institutional parasitism. Equiano's first encountered white cannibalism through romantic love and companionship with a young white male shipmate. Richard Baker appears in Equiano's narrative and life as a type of young chivalric prince. Working off the stereotype of the African race as effeminate compared to the more masculine, martial nature of the Anglophone European, Equiano reconfigures the codes of chivalry by casting himself as a type of male princess and Richard as the saving prince. The Negro was, after all, thought of as the lady of the races, a more effeminate species compared to the Anglo-Saxon. As a specimen of the effeminate species, Equiano fits perfectly into the arms and racial mythology of his white suitor. Richard Baker is an American slave master, a young lad with an excellent education and a most amiable temper. It seems, in Equiano's eyes, unimportant that Baker owned slaves back in the United States. Although this dear youth had many slaves of his own, yet he and I have gone through many sufferings together on shipboard. Young Richard bonds quickly with Equiano in what the author refers to as a friendship. Within the plantation culture from which Richard comes, friendships between young white and black males were always framed by the master-slave dynamic. The author makes no attempt to qualify his friendship. He does not refer to the young black slave boys who were used as nursemaids and made to play the roles of comrade, friend, and servile slave on plantations. Within the context of such plantation friendships, young white boys developed and honed the skills of conqueror. Susan Snow, a former slave, recalls fondly that her young master would work in the fields with the slaves. "My young master used to work in the field with us. He'd boss the niggas. They'd call him Bud, but us all called him Babe. Honey, I showed and loved that boy." Snow romanticizes this white youth who practices the exercise of authority over black adults who have raised him and labor for everything he will one day own. Equiano's friendship with and ensuing romantic love for Baker is more complicated than Snow's maternal love. Richard civilizes the young African. Through Richard, Equiano learns that the talking book, the Bible, does not actually talk. Rather, one learns to read this book and decipher the messages encoded therein. Richard helps Equiano move beyond his savage thinking and upbringing. At night, Richard and Equiano find comfort, warmth, and safety in each other's arms. And we have many nights lain in each other's bosoms when we were in great distress. This theme of the saving, intimate embrace of a white youth is not unique to Equiano's narrative. The same year his narrative reached print, a French author, Joseph Lavelet, published the novel Les Nègres comme ils le peuvent les Blancs. Lavelet's novel, an international phenomenon, appeared almost immediately in English translation. In the novel's dramatic opening scenes, the main character, Itanoko, escapes from an African prince who desires to use and uses him as a sexual object. Itanoko is swimming madly towards an offshore slave ship. The ship's officer pulls him out of the water, immediately remarking upon his beauty and physique. "This is the finest black I have ever seen," he says. Itanoko is nude, and it is noted earlier in the translated English version of the text that he lacks pudicity, modesty concerning his genitalia. Musing aloud about his ironic feelings towards Itanoko, the ship hand imagines the captain as the luckiest man for having the choice of this African man to share his bed. "Zounds!" cries the officer on watch, with an energetic oath. "That's the finest black I ever clapped my eyes on. How lucky is the captain! Why, fortune hunts him even in bed." Itanoko, like Equiano, speaks in the master's tongue, French, and is instructed in Christian ways. Several men initiate him into these rites, but the most significant is Ferdinand, the ship's captain's son. Itanoko feels an uninhibited romantic love for this youth, declaring that "nothing gave me so much pleasure as the sight of Ferdinand." Tall and finely formed, he possessed an ingenious countenance, which ever attaches the heart in the first instance. I could not resist it. While Equiano labored to produce a work of nonfiction, he was not immune to the fictional conventions of sentimentalism and the European's romanticization of the African. Rabelais caters to these homoerotic hungers for the African's body, and the widespread popularity and translation of his novel in France, England, and the Americas attest to this social reality. The similarities between Equiano's work of real-life experience and Rabelais' fictional work are striking. These similarities reveal a culture of white sexual hunger for black flesh that was so widespread that a Frenchman and an Anglicized African writing in different genres and from different geographic locales seized upon the same resonant themes and images. Beds, bedsides, and bedclothes are significant motifs that run throughout Equiano's slave narrative. At the bedside is where Equiano stages his most intimate religious conversion moments. The first moment involves himself and Richard lying in bed in an embrace and then praying together at bedside. Later in the narrative, Equiano will replicate the situation with an adult white Englishman and with a semi-clad Native American youth taken from the Caribbean. Richard teaches Equiano, an orphan African child, to look to a symbolic white deity father for solace and comfort. The Christian principles of sacrifice and selflessness reinforce in Equiano a servile identification with the desires and hungers of white men. As kind and loving as Richard is, he ultimately conditions Equiano to better play the role of slave. Months earlier, Equiano had lain below another ship deck in a scene of death and stink so thick that he could not breathe. Thinking back to that time, Equiano recalls that he had scarcely room to turn himself. The heat sweltered and cooked. Babies carried on board or born on the ship, it is not clear which, tumbled into tubs of feces and urine and almost suffocated. Everyone was dying, and many literally perished, falling victims to the improvident avarice of their purchasers. The thick filth and layers of body in the scene contrast sharply with the clean, open air in which Equiano lies in the young white slave master's arms. Equiano feels himself chosen by his young white companion, drawing upon the mythology of Christ and the myth of white innocence to convey to his readers Richard's kindness and altruism. Equiano describes Richard as kind, agreeable, and faithful. Richard is safe and speaks kind Christian words, while the evil, worldly ship captain constantly threatens to eat Equiano. The captain relays his carnivorous messages through Richard, fondly referred to as Dick by Equiano. He used to tell him jocularly that he would kill and eat me. Sometimes he would say to me, the black people were no good to eat, and would ask me if we did not eat people in my country. I said no. Then he said he would kill Dick, as we always called him, first, and afterward me. Taste and good taste. The captain, of course, never eats Equiano, but his persistent references to Equiano's delectability are instructive. A better understanding of how taste itself is cultivated will help us understand how the ship captain's desire to eat Equiano belied a real, acquired taste for the enslaved African person. In Consuming Passions, The Anthropology of Eating, Peter Farb and George R. Melago note that tastes do not just emerge as full-blown realities. Rather, they emerge from a complex of historical and cultural forces brought to bear upon a culinary object. Cultural, historical, and ecological events have interacted, they write, to cause frogs, for example, to be esteemed as a delicacy in southern China, but to be regarded with revulsion in northern China. They go on to describe how the acquired taste for a substance has to do with availability, the ease of culinary preparation, domestication that results in accessibility, nutritional value, cost, and the ability of said substance to reproduce itself efficiently, among other factors. At this early stage in Equiano's chattel career, we can already place him neatly within this abbreviated list of things that constitute cultivated taste. He is isolated from his natal land, community, and language, rendering him entirely available. White males accomplish his domestication or recasting in a familiar cultural register through the conventions of chivalry, invocations of Negro effeminacy, and the implanting of Christian values. Culinary utensils, Christian ideology, English traditions of romance and affection, and ideas of Africa and Africans as heathens enabled the cultivation and carving up of Equiano in the Eurocentric mind. And it goes without saying that the economic benefits of slavery translated readily into the currency of white male identity and acquired appetite that Richard, a child of the U.S. slaveocracy, and the captain, an English slave owner and trader, enjoyed. Although Equiano, the narrator, emphasizes his enlightened, objective, and pristine relationships with white men throughout the narrative, this economy of taste reveals how thoroughly an acquired appreciation of the slave permeates and feeds into European ideologies and institutions used to condition the young slave. If Equiano is anything, he is nutritious fare, reifying and fortifying the social stature of Richard and the captain. Jean d'Atlem, Brillant Saravin, expound on the exponential potentials of taste, notes that the number of tastes is infinite, since every soluble body has a special flavor which does not wholly resemble any other. Tastes are modified, moreover, by their combinations with one, two, or a dozen others, so that it is impossible to draw up a correct chart, listing them from the most attractive to the most repellent. In Equiano's narrative, these multiple implications of taste inform the triangulated relationship among the young white male lover, the African beloved, and the hardened, cannibalized ship captain. This triangulation of two white males erotically tied to Equiano recurs throughout the narrative. Traditionally, in English culture and literature, a white woman is the binding object of affection. Eve Kosofsky Sedgwick explains this dynamic. Within the male-centered novelistic tradition of European high culture, the triangles are most often those in which two males are rivals for a female. Despite the metaphoric centrality of the female, the homoerotic attraction and rivalry between the men is often more powerful and determining. In any erotic rivalry, the bond that links the two rivals is as intense and potent as the bond that links either of the rivals to the beloved. The bonds of rivalry and love, differently as they are experienced, are equally powerful and in many senses equivalent. In this case, it is the delectable young Negro who serves as a different type of effeminate prize. Equiano's body and person mediate a subtle dynamic of rivalry and homoerotic chivalry played out between the captain and Dick. By asserting his power to eat and consume, the captain also asserts his phallic might and right of ownership. Dick, by virtue of his aristocratic class status, American civil identity, and interest in Equiano's humanity, represents something of an economic and erotic threat to the captain. And at the same time, these refined qualities in Dick, added to his youth, make him erotically appealing to the captain. Triangulation serves to intensify desire. The special heart bond between Dick and Equiano excites the captain, who openly admits to the desire to ingest both of them. The picture of the white colonizers making Negro soup that I cite in the introduction clarifies the dynamic I am describing among the two whites and the black youth. In that picture, a commanding military officer, his attendant, and porter gather around a skewered Bakongo man. The missionary and explorer are implied, as military occupation would not be possible without the initial paving of the missionary and explorer. In Equiano's situation, his master and the captain of the ship is a naval officer. Dick is a devout Christian who has a bit of the missionary's zeal. Both Dick and the ship's captain, Michael Henry Pascal, are emissaries of their respective states. Christianity, romantic friendship, British militarization, and U.S. slavocracy are all employed in the making of Equiano into a New World object of gastronomical delight. Equiano portrays Richard as innocent, disconnected from the larger cannibalizing circumstances that have brought the two boys together. Richard has to stand apart if he is to serve as the young African's kind interpreter, his reliable mediator into white ways and white culture. Equiano's genteel, kindly white readership had to identify with Richard, to see themselves in his kindness and altruism toward this slave, if they were to ultimately accept Equiano's transition from savage to noble gentleman. However, the captain, in his crude fashion, implicates Dick in the larger culture of African cannibalization. He anticipates the 19th century American concern over Christian cannibalism and other forms of institutionalized consumption of slaves. Richard is Christ-like, and for Equiano to experience Christian saving, he will have to sacrifice himself, give himself over to his young Savior. A part of this sacrifice involves accepting himself as heathen, denying his color and African features, and, through Richard and Christianity, learning to identify with and worship white masculinity. Much later in his narrative, Equiano will mark a turning point of spiritual growth and intellectual development with an increased admiration for white's beauty and spirit. I no longer looked upon them as spirits, he writes, but as men superior to us, and therefore I had the stronger desire to resemble them, to imbibe their spirit, and imitate their manners. I therefore embrace every occasion of improvement. Equiano's relationship with Richard prepares him to encounter, later in life, Daniel Queen, an attendant aboard the ship Etna. At this point in the narrative, the narrator has passed through the hands of several masters. When he is approximately 13 years old, he is taken into service aboard the Etna by his master, who is the ship's captain. Queen is a bachelor and a bit of a dandy, with a fine eye for dress and male couture. He is also devoted to biblical lore. Equiano's relationship with Queen centers on issues of taste and good taste. Queen instills in Equiano a more refined taste for English gentlemanly presentation and comportment. Through continued biblical studies, Equiano satiates his appetite for white spirit, which he will later apply to a Native American youth whom he attempts to colonize. Equiano and Queen, an African youth and an older white man, fall quickly into something of a Christian romantic relationship. On many occasions they, like Equiano and Richard, stay up the whole night together, talking about European high culture and manners and the practice of those same customs in Equiano's homeland. Equiano makes small, loving sacrifices on Queen's behalf. Many things I have denied myself that he might have them, and when I used to play at marbles or any other game and won a halfpence or got any little money, I used to buy him a little sugar or tobacco, as far as my stock of money would go. Thinking of Queen in a sweet manner, Equiano would purchase for him sweet things. Queen, in turn, would respond with the desire to remain forever close and bonded to the African youth. He used to say that he and I never should part, and that when our ship was paid off and I was free as himself or any other man on board, he would instruct me in his business. Rendering his relation to Queen in the language of Christian romantic love, Equiano described how his heart burned, how Queen treated him with the greatest kindness, and the feelings of tenderness he imbibed from Queen. In spite of his feelings of romantic and religious freedom, Equiano's relationship to Queen does not set him free. Instead, his ties to and learning under this white shipmate reinforce a culture of social consumption. Equiano's relationship with Queen feeds the older man's sense of nobility and moral sanctity. His homoerotic desire toward the African youth reinforces in Queen the feeling of paternity, a paternity that many on the ship acknowledge by sometimes calling the youth after the elder man's name or referring to Equiano as the Black Christian. Equiano and his white father/master relate through a paradigm of human parasitism. The African socialization, his training in English morality, religious values, and spiritual devotion temper the savage within and make him into something culturally palatable, desirable, and beautiful to Queen. Converting Equiano ennobles Queen, and while Queen is not Equiano's documented master, he does play the role of paternal figure and enjoys an incestuous relationship with the youth that parallels the Heavenly Father sacrifice-son dynamic. Queen is a surrogate for the white father god. Equiano, the child and ignorant innocent, in turn plays the role of the sacrificial son. In this context, the Christian doctrines of eating flesh and drinking blood, suffering, and dismemberment take on a clandestine meaning that contradicts the narrative of universal love and soul-saving that Equiano foregrounds. The subtext of Queen's laborious instruction in Victorian manners, customs, and religious values is the idea that Equiano comes from a heathen land and is, fundamentally, a heathen subject. It is not, after all, Equiano who instructs Queen in his indigenous customs and social values. Queen, with missionary conviction and commitment, works to convert Equiano through the promised love of a deific white male figure. Equiano converts his Christian love into an imbibing and ingesting of whiteness to the extent that he makes sacrifices for this white man who would rather instruct him in Christian morality than literally free Equiano from the manacles of slavery. As hard as Equiano, the narrator, tries to divorce the kindness of Queen from the cruelty of his captain master, he cannot. At the end of this particular voyage, infuriated at Equiano's relationship to Queen, the master violently sets himself upon Equiano. "He forced me into the barge," the narrator recalls, saying I was going to leave him, but he would take care I should not. I was so struck with the unexpectedness of this proceeding that for some time I could not make a reply. Only I made an offer to go for my books and chest of clothes, but he swore I should not move out of his sight, and if I did, he would cut my throat. Equiano's training in religiosity and English etiquette make him even more of an acquiescing, ignorant slave. For he cannot see that the whole time he has rested under the wing and influence of Queen, the captain has watched and taken note. All the while, feelings of anger and betrayal have brewed in the captain. He is not only angry at the thought of losing his valuable commodity, he also feels betrayed by the slave's interest in and affection for Queen. Still fuming after the physical attack, the captain decides that as further punishment for his betrayal, he will sell his young slave to a new master when they reach their destination, Portsmouth. All this time, Equiano has thought that his acculturation into English ways would ensure his freedom, his being manumitted from slavery. After the captain sells the African youth and formally introduces him to his new master, Captain James Dorian of the Charming Sally, Equiano tries to explain to his new master why his sale was illegal. "But I have served him, Pascal, many years, and he has taken all my wages and prize money, for I only got 1 6 during the war. Besides this, I have been baptized, and by the laws of the land no man has a right to sell me." He invokes the statute of chattel law on his behalf, noting that he heard lawyers explain to his master that it was illegal for him to hold an African man who had undergone baptism. It gradually dawns on Equiano that his acculturation, instead of preparing him to be free of slavery, has prepared him for a final initiation into a new slavery, more intimately tied to the appetites of white men and rituals and practices of flesh-taking and consumption. Consumption under the new slavery. The Charming Sally frequently transports slaves from Africa to the Caribbean. As a result, Equiano spends a significant amount of time in Barbados, Montserrat, and other parts of the Caribbean observing overseers whom he describes as human butchers, practicing their cruel trade. One of the first narrated examples of this cruelty is a Negro man staked to the ground and cut most shockingly. His crime involved being connected with a white woman who was a common prostitute. While staked to the ground, the overseer, bit by bit, cut off pieces of each of his ears, prolonging what was already a horrific and unbearable punishment. It was common practice in the Caribbean to not only cut off the ears of slaves, but to also broil them and make the slaves eat the broiled pieces as a punishment. Anglican missionary John Wesley documented this phenomenon in his Thoughts Upon Slavery. He writes, "After they are whipped till they are raw all over, some put pepper and salt upon them, some drop melted wax upon their skin, others cut off their ears and constrain them to broil and eat them. In this way, the slave was made an accomplice to his or her own social consumption." Such acts of auto-cannibalism, self-consumption, reinforce for the slave the interrelations among punishment. Slavery as the slow, incremental death to body and soul, and the general culture of slave seasoning as a process meant to prepare the slave for all manner of consumption. In the 1700s, John Atkins, a surgeon in the British Royal Navy, recorded an insurrection that occurred aboard a slave ship. The captain and crew quelled the insurrection and as punishment made the captured African persons eat human body parts before murdering them. 3 others, abettors, but not actors, nor of strength for it, he sentenced to cruel deaths, making them first to eat the hearts and liver of one of them killed. The correlation in this example between execution and death by consumption is noteworthy. Rosalind Shaw observes that among conflicting cultural groups in the colonial era, such acts of auto-cannibalism reinforce the militarized and legislative authority of a dominant group. "Not only do we consume you," the captain of the British Royal Navy conveys, "but we also make you consume each other." These incidents of auto-cannibalism punctuated a more subtle and pervasive reality of starvation and self-consumption. Within this new Caribbean context of slavery, masters frequently employ tactics of starvation, which range from incremental loss of food to more blatant and debilitating forms of hunger. Early on, Equiano makes note of his masters feeding a group of slaves well instead of starving them, as their own master frequently does. My master often gave the owners of these slaves 2.5 of these pieces per day, because he thought their owners did not feed them well enough according to the work they did. Starvation is so endemic to slave culture that when Equiano's master rents the Igbo man out on jobs, he has to pay a white man to accompany him. The sole responsibility of this white man, whom he pays from 6 to 10 pisterins a day, is to make sure that those who rent Equiano feed him each day. Once, Equiano recalls, for a few days I was let out to fit a vessel, and had no victuals allowed me by either party. Equiano was made to literally starve for several days. Slaves treated thusly had less of a will to disobey and resist. Starvation ensured control and set the stage for the master to enact even more heinous forms of social consumption. Though not necessarily made to consume his or her own broiled flesh, the emaciated slave still embodied a condition of daily and incremental self-consumption. In commercial terms, the slave's emaciated body translated into the blood and flesh currencies of social stature, increased wealth, and spiritual domination for the master. Quite literally, the master held within his hands the powers of life and death. In another example from Equiano's Caribbean observances, the taking or harvesting of flesh is a regular occurrence. A particular nameless master has a reputation for cruel punishments. He had not a slave but when had been cut, and had pieces fairly taken out of the flesh. The idea of a human butcher seems to apply expressly to this individual. Equiano does not go into detail about what is done with the flesh carved out of individuals that he leaves to the imagination. In the context of such occurrences, white men experience a sense of deific power. Furthermore, Equiano makes a point of emphasizing that the master takes pleasure in this and other torturous activities, to which he has clearly given much thought. It is easy to apprehend how such events condition and made humans into slaves. However, less ascertainable is the fount of meanings embodied in the master's pleasure-taking. The choice of the word pleasure rather than satisfaction or purpose, for example, cues the reader to the fact that this is an interchange of power, erotic energy, and soul. Following such brutal treatment, Equiano observed that many masters would make slaves go on their knees and thank their owners and pray, or rather say, God bless them. Plantation masters frequently cited Old Testament biblical references to devotees blindly serving their master. But this scenario, which draws upon biblical tenets, goes beyond simplified notions of morality, the typical roles of master and slave, and the master-slave relation. This scene brings into stark relief a moral problematic based on the spiritual and esoteric implications of a white man gathering identity unto himself from the wholly available and serviceable lives of Africanist others. For this type of religious rite, we do not have a fully developed linguistic framework, nor do our typical understandings of the science of human interaction sufficiently account for the esoteric implications of the plantation master's pleasure-taking. The state of pleasure that Equiano describes connotes horror, abjection, and human vampirism. In this context of social death and energetic exchange, pleasure operates as one, an organic unit, a life-sustaining energy readily bartered and exchanged during slavery, and 2, a process of internalizing and imbibing spirit and soul force. In rituals of blood, consequences of slavery, in 2 American Centuries, Orlando Patterson approaches this dynamic from the perspective of the enslaved person. Intersecting Christian theology with the consumption and sacrifice of slaves, he notes that the slave and ex-slave had always been the major symbol of sin in Christian theology. Because Christianity from its beginnings had identified the state of sin as one of enslavement to the flesh, it stood to reason that the Afro-American slave or ex-slave was the perfect symbol of sin. Patterson analyzes Jim Crow lynching rituals as ancient sacrificial rites, cannibalistic feats, and attempts to feed a deity of terror and appetite usually referred to as God. Though my interest, like Patterson's, centers on the ritual behavior of whites and the construction of deity, what I am more interested in are the specifics and moral implications of whites creating themselves as deific agents. It was one thing for whites to draw upon Christian theology as a means of justifying their consumptive rituals and appetites, and an altogether different matter for them to use Christian theology and social ritual as a means of feeding and sustaining self and social stature. Africans throughout the continent frequently equated European Christianity with human consumption. In the Gambia, it was thought that Christians ate human meat and that all the slaves that they bought were carried away to be eaten. Shaw records that in the Gambia at the turn of the 16th century, rumors of the European consumption of slaves identified the trade with Christians as a form of predation, debunking the idea of the Gambians as ignorant, uninformed Africans. Shaw notes that this was hardly a reaction of isolated Africans to sudden commercial contact with the outside world. Rather, through observance of and sustained contact with Europeans, the Gambians had come to regard the slave trade as a trade that fed the Christian appetite for the consumption of humans. That was viewed as problematic. In other words, the Gambians ascertained in Christian ritual and deity a process of soul harvesting and soul hunger that coincided with the bodies Europeans had also come to claim and transport. If we accept the conclusion of Europeans as soul and body harvesters, then we have to wonder how Europeans might have used, commodified, and ingested the very African souls that they consistently claimed did not exist. In Sierra Leone, an African typically regarded the white man as purchasing him either to offer him as a sacrifice to his god or to devour him as food. Again, Shaw notes that persons from Sierra Leone and other regions viewed the slave trade as European ritual process that integrated the transport of African bodies across the Atlantic into a further set of transactions with the European's god. The people of Niger even applied these notions of deity, deification, and consumptive practices to the slave ship itself, describing it as some object of worship of the white man. These African-based perspectives bring into clearer focus how European practices of soul harvesting and human consumption coincide with the more obvious economic motivations of the trade. These observances bring us back to that seemingly obvious question: what exactly did Europeans want with African persons? What deity and processes of self-deification did the African soul and body feed? We cannot readily access these types of considerations through the Europeans' notion of their Christian practice. European Christianity advocates, at least overtly, the consumption of the divine, but not the consumption of another human being. The African-based perspectives of European Christian consumption inverts this logic, honing in on European religiosity, religious ritual, deity, and self-making as processes based in appetite and human consumption. When the Africans spoke of Christians as human consumers or of Christianity as a religion based in human consumption, what they were observing and articulating were the Europeans' hungers, appetites, willfulness, glut, greed, and titillation, all operating through an institutionalized context of spirit and soul edification. Africans, we might say, saw through the rhetoric of European spirituality to the real spiritual motivations informing the Europeans' relationship to the slave trade. Europeans would insist that they had come to offer something to the African soul, to nurture, tame, and sustain this wild entity. However, what many African groups quickly ascertained, without the benefit of European literacy and theological learning, was that in fact the European had come to harvest and spiritually ingest them. In presenting us with masters who buried their slaves alive and commanded their slaves to pray to and deify their persons, Equiano provides a glimpse into a Christian world that belied the Europeans' pristine notions of religiosity and saving of the savage African other. Equiano, like so many of his peers and ex-slaves who would later pen their own narratives, attempted to describe and convey the reality of institutionalized consumption. He attempted to convey the extent to which European self-delusion and cultivated appetite for the African had thoroughly transformed institutions such as Christianity, the law, literacy, and philosophy. In the section on the new type of slavery, Equiano makes reference to a Mr. Drummond, a Caribbean slave owner who owned over 41,000 slaves. Drummond, with little forethought, would cut off a man's leg for running away. Equiano asks this Drummond if the man had died in the operation, how he, as a Christian, could answer for the horrid act before God. Drummond replied that answering was a thing of another world. What he thought and did were policy. Even in the context of heinous abuse, Drummond invokes the lofty theological tenets of Christianity, a heavenly realm disconnected from the material world, the notion of delayed moral accountability, and a sense of deity removed from the immediate day-to-day actions of men's lives. In bringing up the topic of Christianity, Equiano encourages his reader to ponder the interconnections between Christian theological practice and Christian masters such as this, whom he frequently describes as human butchers, flesh takers, and death dealers. In deflecting the conversation onto the afterlife and a deity located elsewhere, Drummond evades the issue of his own self-deification and the larger question of exactly what type of deity his gluttonous flesh-harvesting actions fed. Equiano, for his part, resists at the same time that he reifies the common slave's institutionalized consumption. It is impossible to divorce Equiano, whose narrative authority and spiritual validation derive from the deification of white males, from the plantation consumption scenes he relates. What saves Equiano from the fate of the common slave is his acknowledged difference. One master, he relates, said he did not mean to treat me as a common slave. I told him I knew something of seamanship and could shave and dress hair pretty well, and I could refine wines, which I had learned shipboard, where I had often done it. By this point in the narrative, after his introduction to the new, more brutal form of slavery, Equiano understands well that only his usefulness and closer social proximity to affluent whites saves him from the consumptive fate of the common slave. Probably a combination of terror, rhetorical maneuvering, and genuine aesthetic appreciation of Europeans causes him to say, I no longer looked upon them as spirits, but as men superior to us, and therefore I had the stronger desire to resemble them, to imbibe their spirit, and imitate their manners. This seemingly casual statement, strategically placed in the text, signals Equiano's transition from heathen childish African to civilized Anglo-African adult. In order to gain greater authorial credence, Equiano professes to no longer believe that whites are spirits from a different realm of existence, spirits who are cannibalistic agents of a cannibalistic slave trade. Driving this point home, Equiano even depicts himself as an enlightened consumer who has learned from the European to imbibe their spirit and imitate their manners. how to lay claim to humanistic discourse and at the same time acknowledge cannibalism as a personal and social reality? This is the conundrum Equiano faced. In my later discussions of 19th century figures who follow Equiano, this challenge of claiming a discourse of humanity that demonizes and makes heathens of black witnesses of white cannibalism recurs and presents an epistemic challenge. To stand before the high European or American courts of civilization, before the panoptic presence of the interrogator, claiming enlightenment alongside white acts of human parasitism and cannibalism was incourageous. In the end, Equiano's desire to survive by imbibing and imitating white ways results in his becoming parasitic and implicated in the projects of white male deification and global occupation. The result of this cultivation is fully realized 13 years later. Before embarking on a privately funded venture to the West Indies in 1775, Equiano encounters in London 4 Mosquito Indians who had been taken from their homeland and brought to Jamaica by some English traders for some selfish ends. The youths are described as chiefs in their own country. The sponsor of the trip to Jamaica, Dr. Irving, is returning them to their West Indian homeland. In the meantime, though, we are pointed to the fact that while all of the youths are royalty, noble savages in their own right, there is one among them who was the Mosquito King's son, a youth of about 18 years of age. This youth, more than any of the others, draws Equiano's attention. Performing the role of surrogate Negro mother, Equiano feels it his divine duty to introduce this youth to his well-beloved master, Jesus Christ. Taking the heathen youth under his wing, as he was taken by Richard Baker and Daniel Queen, Equiano instructs the boy in the English alphabet. They study religion and pray fervently together. I make such progress with this youth, especially in religion, that when I used to go to bed at different hours of the night, if he was in his bed, he would get up on purpose to go to prayer with me. Equiano makes a point of noting that the youth would kneel and pray without any other clothes but his shirt, and that before he would eat his meals with any of the other men in the cabin, he would first come to me to pray, as he calls. An incestuous intimacy developed between the youth and his African instructor. The image of the youth semi-clothed underscores his vulnerability, an erotic availability to Equiano and to Equiano's well-beloved master, Jesus Christ. His nakedness implies an infantile, trusting state. He presents himself to Jesus Christ as an innocent, powerless child who would present himself to an all-powerful, nurturing father. In this case, though, the father is a slave master, an instrument of English imperialism and martial might. Equiano, as a feminine subject, is a natural counterpart to the father. He nurtures the youth in his stead. This undercurrent of violence and captivity in the context of Christian conversion is poignantly conveyed in an interchange between Equiano and the youth. Fascinated with Equiano's copy of John Fox's Martyrology, the youth asks him numerous questions about the papal cruelties he saw depicted there. Such poignant questions are punctuated by the fact that the native youths have been taken through trickery or lies, it is not clear which, from their native land. By this time in history, the English and other European groups had thoroughly occupied and colonized the Caribbean islands, and long before they had imported Africans to work on cane, tobacco, and rice plantations, they had decimated Native American populations. These groups had been systematically hunted and murdered in a style and heinous manner that often paralleled papal cruelties. In 1378, the Pope sent inquisitors into the Waldensian valleys of northern Italy. Inquisitor Borelli had 150 citizens, including women and children, burned alive in Grenoble. In the same region, in 1400, citizens were chased from their homes in the dead of night by inquisitors on Christmas Eve. The following morning, strewn across the snow-packed hills, more than 50 children were found frozen to death in their mother's arms. Equiano explains away such necessary cruelties in order to make such progress with this youth, especially in religion. When the young Equiano had been baptized in 1759 in a Westminster church, the presiding clergyman had given him a book titled A Guide to the Indians. European missionaries used this text, written by the bishop of the Diocese of Sodor of Man, to assimilate Native Americans into the Christian faith and to justify genocidal actions taken toward native groups that did not conform and assimilate. This interchange between Equiano and the Mosquito youth marks a pivotal moment for Equiano. At this crucial juncture, the roles are completely reversed. Where Equiano was once a self-described superstitious infantile African, he paints himself at this point in the narrative as an enlightened, gentlemanly Anglo-African. He describes the youth as a poor heathen and his tribesmen as emissaries of Satan. Equiano steps earnestly into the role of social pariah. He is not a fully endowed white British man. However, he is the European's chosen love, helpmate, and co-creator in the kingdom of European civilization. He serves as a middleman within this particular economy of Christian cannibalism. The Mosquito youth ultimately rejects Equiano's advances. With the support of his clansmen, who tease him and inquire if the black missionary has converted him to Christianity, the youth sees through Equiano, through the hypocrisy and irony of the moment. How comes it, inquires the youth, that all the white men on board who can read and write and observe the sun and know all things, yet swear, lie, and get drunk, only excepting yourself? His question insufficiently answered, the youth stays to himself for the duration of his journey back to his homeland, and Equiano never sees him or speaks of him again in the narrative following his return. The slave trade as soul trade. Within the closed circuit of Equiano's Anglo-African logic, it is difficult to get at how it might have been possible for the European to consume the African soul or, for that matter, to get at a systematized understanding of the esoteric purposes to which the energy of the consumed body and soul might have been applied. 19th century American whites, whom I discuss at length in the next chapter, also attempted to apprehend the implications of Christian cannibalism, but found such a notion a philosophical and ontological impossibility. Equiano comes from a world in which man-eaters and witchcraft are components of a complex science of human behavior and moral interaction. Just as Enlightenment discourses policed and ensured moral behavior in a civilized populace, African witchcraft belief often maintained the moral and individual center of a society. In actuality, witches or cannibals were not literal flesh eaters. They were individuals who drew off the human life force, causing their victims to weaken physically, become ill, and sometimes die. Anthropologist Wyatt McGaffey recorded this millennium-old belief in Central Africa through his field research in the Congo in the 1960s. He learned that the Congolese had long associated the transatlantic slave trade with soul theft and witchcraft. In this aspect, therefore, witchcraft is similar, as a European would say, to slave trading. It is not clear, however, that Bakongo make any distinction between the two. Repeated contemporary references to 19th century trade, the slaves in particular, show it is regarded as a trade in souls. Some of the techniques used are identical. Informants recall and written sources confirm that slave catchers used to leave food so that hapless travelers, finding it and picking it up, might be seized for debt and sold. Modern witches are supposed to leave money in the road for the same purposes. According to Bakongo cosmology, the soul is luminous, like a shining star. The soul is the seat of good health, and when it is undisturbed, the body flourishes. The soul should be round, like the sun, but witchcraft attacks may cause it to crumble at the edges, rendering the body vulnerable. Witches may suck or draw off all or part of the soul, depriving all or part of the body of its inner essence, so that in a short time it will be seen to sicken or die. Europeans who first encountered Africans questioned the nature and existence of an African soul. This was partially racial prejudice, but also a reflection of the very different ways Europeans and Africans define the nature and origins of the soul. Within European Enlightenment discourses, the soul was a lofty thing. A soul distinguished upright man from the animals who crawled on all fours. The soul was immaterial, connected to religion, and best cultivated within the higher realms of civilization. The iridescence of the soul was connected to white skin, and the origins of the soul rooted in the sky. God descended from the heavens to breathe soul into Adam and Eve. According to Descartes, the difference between the human and animal soul was that the human soul granted mankind higher order thinking and moral consciousness. In this philosophical and religious context, it would have been nearly impossible for the most well-intentioned European to see in African a soul categorically similar to their own. The denial of the African soul would be the subject of philosophical and theological debate for centuries. However, a large portion of this debate went to justify a simple political end: profit and gain through the enslavement of humans. Europeans among themselves needed ideological justification for their heinous and vile mistreatment of Africans. When Africans such as Equiano, Cuguano, and Phyllis Wheatley, among others, first argued their humanity to whites, they began always with the issue of the soul. Equiano's entire narrative is testimony and proof of the existence of a civilized soul. His initial desire to learn the Bible, his series of religious conversions, his romantic Christian friendships, and the eventual missionary posts he held in West Africa are all offered as evidence of a soul equal in moral aptitude and reasoning capabilities to that of Europeans. Yet the irony of Equiano's argument for his human soul was that he made it to imperialist institutions in an Anglophone society that had a fundamentally immoral relationship to Africans and Africa. None said it better than the English gentleman Charles Dickens, when he referred to the African savage as something highly desirable to be civilized off the face of the earth. Africans were brought to Europe and locked behind museum cages and bars. Europeans displayed their genitalia and scientists studied their harvested body parts. Even when the English accepted Africans into society, it was under a mandate of racial cleansing. In the context of the Bakongo science of the soul, such demonstrations of European gluttony and knowledge-seeking belonged in the category of behaviors attributed to witches and cannibals. Still today, in Sierra Leone, the conviction that slaves carried away in the Atlantic trade were eaten by Europeans persists. This conviction had many strands of belief, which involved: 1. The European sacrificing the African to his god; 2. The traded Africans serving as a literal food source for European slavers; and 3. The slave being used as a trade commodity between cannibals or witches. Not just European foreigners were accused. In Sierra Leone in the 18th and 19th centuries, it was common to find a powerful chief who had stepped out of the bounds of moral human existence, accused of being a cannibal. In such contexts, coastal African associated cannibalism with unhealthy social functioning. The cannibal was a person who fundamentally threatened the well-being of the community. Such persons were thought to literally and symbolically consume land, the ability to prosper and grow from the land, the people, and the very chiefdom itself, in the case of chiefs accused of cannibal behavior. Numerous African groups guarded against the emotional states of extreme anger, greed, envy, jealousy, and hatred because such feelings were thought to have a cumulative, unseen power that acted negatively upon an individual and community. Usually, a ceremonially sanctioned person who had the power to guard against cannibals in a community received training in a science of dream interpretation, wherein cannibalism that occurred in dream or spirit was an indicator of imbalance in an individual and community. Europeans who first encountered Africans and later European colonizers stationed in Western and Central Africa habitually interpreted the African sciences of human cannibalism literally, going out to look for cannibals and for particular objects or slipping off skins that could be found only in spirit or in the dreamtime realm of emotional causation, a living experience domain that parallels what we think of today as the unconscious. What differing African persons and groups universally recognized in Europeans whom they accused of being cannibals was a state of greed, gluttony, appetite, jealousy, and anger that had reached dangerous, unchecked psychic and spiritual proportions. To dismiss African observances that Europeans were cannibals as myth and superstition is to dismiss this very valuable and poignant insight into human capacity and immoral potential implicit in most indigenous African cosmologies and esoteric sciences of human consumption. It was not at all inconceivable, according to such a worldview, that slave masters could create themselves into deities and that slave ships that gorged themselves until full could operate as part of a larger network of institutions wired to a destructive human need for consumption. This African notion of consumption under slavery as a fundamentally moral problematic overlapped with a similar concern voiced in 19th century U.S. religious and political spheres. In Chapter 2, I analyzed the 19th century U.S. cannibalism debate, which focused on slavery as a consumptive institution that was pervading and corroding American religious, legal, philosophical, and artistic institutions. Ironically, at the same time that Africans struggled to translate their understandings of European cannibalism, so too were white and black Americans beginning to craft a collective language and ideology of human consumption under slavery.
This is published at Atlanta Black Star. Mr. Nick Childs. Beating sexual abuse of Illinois inmates detailed in lawsuit reveals torture black men subjected to in American prisons. I'm skipping down midway through the report. That as an example of the torture, the black inmates had to endure a strip search in front of female officers, touch their genitals, and spread their buttocks, and then use the same hand to open their mouths. They would also have to march from their housing units to the gym at the facility with their heads on the backs of the prisoners ahead of them in line so that one man's genitals were in direct contact with the next man's buttocks. If they broke the formation, they would be violently attacked by the guards, according to the suit. The guards called this nuts to butts. What is it? I think you were just talking about sexual abuse, state-sanctioned violence against black people, black males in particular.
Look, this send me that article definitely because I want to read it. But this is why this is funny. So I'm writing this book, The Man Not, and the second chapter of this book is on Eldridge Cleaver's lost manuscript, The Book of Lies. It's something that I found in some archives that has never been written about. People don't even know that this exists. And one of the things that Eldridge Cleaver points out about the prison industrial complex is that it's a hedonistic arena for white people's sexual pleasure. So what he says is that he says that, white people know that if you put men together in a prison who have been oppressed and told that they cannot embody manhood because they can't have a white woman, then what you do is you create a sexual anxiety that tries to seek out the sexual domination of other men. And he says it's because of this homoerotic nature of the prison industrial complex that white people use black bodies for sexual entertainment. It's a type of pornography for them. So when you mention this story, I think of all the cases of male-on-male rape. I think of all the cases of black men talking about domination and rape from the prison staff, including, and this is the part that's the most disturbing, including white female staff. There's a lot of law journals that are now talking about, and even studies. So the simple study that was talking about the rates of rape between men and women being the same gets that because she includes the prison population, and that's of course dominated, even the juvenile population, dominated by young black and brown boys. So you have a history of this eroticism involved with black male bodies and brown bodies that never gets talked about in terms of the academic discourse. When we think of incarceration, we think of it as simple violence, but there's a kind of sexualization that happens to black men, a kind of performance of homoeroticism that happens that's intimately tied up with how black bodies are treated, which is one of the reasons that this idea that black men can be raped, not only in jails, but now we know throughout history. I think I mentioned before, this is Thomas Foster's work. That because black men have been raped by white men and white women, that this becomes an aspect of racialized violence. And it is, and Gus, I'll tell you that it is incredibly hard to talk about this aspect of anti-blackness within the university, because the minute that you talk about it, it implicates white men and white women in a way that is offensive to disciplines itself. In other words, because we've defined racism largely as a heteronormative project where men attack men, white men rape white women, and white women largely become, these passive, background subjects, we don't want to talk about the actions of sexuality towards male bodies. And then the story you read is a perfect example of that. And this is something that Cleaver understood. Cleaver understood that, look, if you put black men in a position where they're going to be dominated, they're dominated not because of their race, but because of their sex. It is white men's homoerotic fantasy. It's their attempt to overcome the savageness of the black male body that attracts them to them. And the thing about it, we accept this on a heteronormative basis. Right? We laugh at the idea that black athletes have white cheerleaders. We laugh at the idea that rich black men get white women. So we accept the same kind of eroticism or exoticism when we talk about white women's attractiveness to black men. But then we completely dismiss it because we don't think that homoeroticism or homosexuality have anything to do with racism when you talk about the relationship that the white male body has to black male bodies. And this is why things like that at the prison happen. This is why the UN has report after report about prison rape in the United States and black men's victimization by it, given the the numbers of exonerations and false convictions, but nobody wants to talk about it. And it's sad because this is really us cutting down history to fit within certain disciplinary lenses, and that gets passed down into society because we're not educating children about slavery, including the rape of black men. We're not educating people or students about slavery, including the sexualization of black male bodies. And it is part of the reason of the castration during lynching. We simply hold on to these mythologies that are based in narrow heteronormative myths and disciplinary politics like feminism that are essentializing certain relationships between bodies and missing out on the terror that black men and boys and black people generally experience at the hands of white supremacist institutions and peoples.
Sex, honor, and human consumption. Lilburn Lewis, a Kentucky slave owner, owned a considerable number of slaves whom he drove constantly, fed sparingly, and lashed severely. According to abolitionist Lydia Maria Child, Lewis was a typical plantation owner whom most in the local community probably respected and looked to as a model wealthy citizen in terms of his treatment of his slaves. In 1826, he would commit crimes against his slaves that would cause his community to ostracize him and pursue legal restraint. He committed suicide while awaiting criminal trial. It is hard to say from the evidence if George, a young recalcitrant slave on Lewis's plantation, was a favorite or if Lewis consciously chose him, as many masters did, as the object of ritualized violence and as an emblem of his manhood and noble social stature. As we know for sure is that George, like many on the plantation, often went hungry, suffered the lash too often, and grew to despise and resist this condition of bondage. George provoked his master's penchant for punishment by frequently running away in addition to disobeying. Sent to the spring one day to collect water into an elegant pitcher, George made the horrid mistake of letting the pitcher fall and standing by and watching it as it dashed to shivers on the rocks. As punishment for George's transgression, his master bound him to a wooden plank and in the manner of a butcher quartered him with an axe and cooked his severed body parts and pieces of flesh over a billowing fire. In preparation for this ritualized punishment, Lewis gathered all of the slaves on the plantation into the most roomy Negro house, bolted the door, and told those assembled that the design of this meeting was to teach them to remain at home and obey his orders. The ritual begins with George's younger brother helping the master bind the slave to a wooden bench. George was called up, and by the assistance of his younger brother, laid on a broad bench or block. The master then cut off his ankles with a broad axe. In vain the unhappy victim screamed. Not a hand among so many dared to interfere. Having cast the feet into the fire, he, the master, lectured the Negroes at some length. He then proceeded to cut off his limbs below the knees. The sufferer besought him to begin with his head. It was in vain. The master went on thus until trunk, arm, and head were all in the fire. Still protracting the intervals with lectures and threatenings of like punishment, in case any of them were disobedient, or ran away, or disclosed the tragedy that they were compelled to witness. In order to consume the bones, the fire was briskly stirred until midnight. Sometimes in the early morning, an earthquake materialized and shook the slave shack, crumbling the walls and extinguishing the fire. This act brought an abrupt halt to the master's activities, and the Negroes were allowed to disperse, with charges to keep the secret, under the penalty of life punishment. Later that evening, Lewis's wife inquiries into her husband's activities. When his wife asked the cause of the dreadful scream she had heard, he said that he had never enjoyed himself so well at a ball as he had enjoyed himself that evening. Lewis's response to his wife, as disturbing and incongruous as it is, puts this entire scenario into context. Contrasted against the plantation mistress in the domestic sphere, we see more clearly George's erotic significance to his master and the clandestine pleasure-taking that the white man associates with his slave. The metaphor of the ball is significant insofar as one goes to a ball with someone. Lewis would, under normal circumstances, attend a ball with his wife, dancing with her, holding her close, smelling and touching her body. Instead, we have George as the unwilling feminized partner and conjugal mate. It is George whom the master touches, smells, violently lavishes with attention and care, and ingests with the same relish that he would hors d'oeuvre, fine music, or cocktails served in an open bar at a ball. George in his ritualized punishment reified and ennobled Lewis's white male identity. Powerful feelings of satiation, leisurely comfort, and pleasure accompany Lewis's cannibalization of George. As parasite and consumer, the master takes in, imbibes George's essence. George's terror and the terror of all the slaves feed the master's authority and power. And we have to consider that in addition to emotional and spiritual consumption, the master might have literally ingested pieces of George's flesh. Literal consumption was such a taboo topic during the time period that even radical abolitionists such as Child evaded direct discussion of the topic. When Child presented the facts of Lewis's case in an appeal in favor of that class of Americans called Africans, she made no comment about the literal implications of Lewis's flesh quartering and cooking ritual, or about the significance of the secrecy that he continually reinforces speech and act. This lack of comments from a woman who frequently frequently noted the most extreme and disturbing implications of the slave master's cruelties, indicates how taboo was the subject of human consumption. Understanding Child's tentativeness concerning the topic of human consumption gives us all the more reason to wonder about the literal implications of Lewis's cannibalistic ritual and the truth of what he really sought to hide through his constant reinforcing of silence and secrecy. I begin this chapter with this graphic example of symbolic, if not literal, human consumption because it illustrates how there existed during slavery unspoken codes of white male honor and respectability connected to the consumption of the slave. Master Lewis reinforces the secrecy and clandestine nature of his actions by bolting the door of the slave cabin, threatening life punishment to those who disclosed the tragedy they were compelled to witness, and excavating and secretly reburying George's bones after the earthquake has leveled the building. Furthermore, his invocation of ball culture in his report to his wife clues us in to how he associated social esteem and finery with the cannibalization of George. A heinous and unspeakable bond of clandestine honor and pleasure-taking binds Lewis to his slaves. As we see through events on the Lewis plantation, the most intimate sharers of the unknown secret were, in most cases, the slaves and the slave master, and the most reliable and enlightened witnesses were the slaves themselves. In slave narratives and ex-slave interviews, black persons correlated white consumptive appetites with Southern codes of honor and nobility. Whites rarely acknowledged the comments made by blacks. At the same time, these repressed black voices provide invaluable insights into debates about cannibalism in the 19th century United States, the erotic and homoerotic implications of the consumption of slaves, and the unspoken codes of sex and honor that informed black male consumption. Orlando Patterson writes that the master's sense of honor was derived directly from the degradation of his slave, beginning in childhood and continuing through life in his despotic exercise of power. Elsewhere, Patterson emphasizes that the master generally camouflaged this association of honor with the master's relationship to the slave so as not to reveal his dependence, his parasitism of the slave. John Hope Franklin posits honor as the most central defining characteristic of 19th century Southerner culture. The honor of the Southerner, Franklin proclaims, caused him to defend with his life the slightest suggestion of irregularity in his honesty or integrity, and he was fiercely sensitive to any imputation that might cast a shadow on the character of the woman of his family. To him, nothing was more important than honor. Indeed, he placed it above wealth, art, learning, and the other delicacies of urban civilization, and regarded its protection as a continuing preoccupation. Franklin describes a public culture of honor wherein chivalry, how one was regarded in society, upper-class status, courtship practices, and rituals of social etiquette all played a role in the performance of and the display of male honor. However, when it came to the topic of consumption under slavery, these public rules and displays of honor took a clandestine, unspoken cast. Proponents of Southern slave culture did their best to repress evidence of the slave master who would rather whip a Negro than sit down to the best dinner. Such persons reveal the existence of an acquired taste for and a premium placed on Negro flesh that went against myths that blacks were tainted, disgusting, and untouchable. The example of the Kentucky slave owner Lewis exemplifies notions of etiquette, good taste, homoeroticism, and gender variance in shaping white masculinity on the plantation. Yet the slave-owning community to which Lewis belongs and Lewis himself both conspired to hide and contain through legal reprimand and suicide the reality of the masters feeding upon slaves and ennobling self and society in the process. Numerous documented scenarios of this type confirm that plantation masters maintained, in large part, a clandestine culture of honor and sex based in the social consumption of the slave. Still, as prevalent as such examples are, the dominant narrative on and off the plantation continues to be that the consumption of slaves brought dishonor to self and community. Going against this common assumption, I strive throughout this chapter to decipher the implicit social codes that, as Patterson observes, translated the slave's degradation into the master's despotic honor, and more specifically, into consumptive appetites that reified and ennobled white masculinity on and off of the plantation. Before we can understand and analyze this unspoken culture of honor associated with slave consumption, it helps to first understand how thoroughly a rhetoric of dishonor infused discussions of slave consumption in 19th century America. Following this line of inquiry, I begin the discussion of consumption and dishonor by examining the prevalent 19th century concern that the United States was becoming a cannibal nation. Clergy, congressmen, popular novelists, and northern abolitionists, among others, passionately debated the topic of the United States becoming a cannibal nation as a result of its condoning and legally sanctioning slavery. Implicitly, those who engage in this discussion presume that cannibal nationhood was a dishonorable thing. Concerned with returning to the nation a sense of honorable and noble purpose, discussions among white Americans rarely focus on the particular codes of honor within cultures of consumption on the plantation. Neither did such discussions focus on the social consumption of the Negro within the nation at large, a reality that fugitive and emancipated black persons consistently emphasize in their writings and speeches. This national discussion of black male consumption and honor frames my ensuing discussion of literal instances of human consumption. In the 18th and 19th centuries, a number of different instances of cannibalism at sea, cannibalism that took place following shipwrecks, occurred involving black men. Although cannibalism at sea was common in the 18th and 19th centuries, reported cases focusing on the consumption of black males were not. Cases that involve black men, like the above-mentioned Essex affair and incidents associated with the Peggy and the French Tiger, still today evoke strong feelings of shame and dishonor among American whites and Europeans. These cases also illuminate how the choice made by whites to eat black men aboard ships coincided with ideologies of Negro inferiority and the logic and practice of chattel bondage in the plantation South and other regions of the United States. By the 19th century, consumptive ideologies and practices on slave plantations had come to have a far-reaching influence, affecting even the consumption of blacks at sea. With such cases, it is not just a matter of survival of the fittest at sea. Rather, in these examples of consumption of black men, we see the culture and ideology of slavery strongly influencing the choice of whites to murder and eat black men. On the whole, American citizens regarded the consumption of black men at sea as dishonorable. I argue, however, that there existed in such acts an implicit code of honor that spanned from southern plantations to northern abolitionist communities. To support my discussion of survival cannibalism, I also examined numerous other examples of the ritualistic quartering, seasoning, boiling, and cooking of blacks that bestowed honor and social stature upon white men. In the final section of this chapter, I examine the correlation among sex, honor, and human consumption. Throughout this chapter, as demonstrated through the Lewis Plantation example, I presume an implicit interconnection among sex, honor, and human consumption. I make clear, though, in this last section of this chapter, how thoroughly homoerotic and homosexual desire shaped the master-slave relation and informed white male codes of honor. Erotic desire for the slave, as I argued in the previous chapter, frequently overlaps with consumptive practices and appetites. In the realm of the erotic, we get a closer picture of the intimate ties between master and slave. White strove to conceal and hide this domain of intimacy, as it fundamentally contradicted the ideologies and brutal practices designed to reinforce the inhumanity of the enslaved and free black person. Drawing on the narrated experiences of ex-slaves who graphically depict the hungers, tastes, and erotic desires of white men for black men, I demonstrate that the literal and metaphoric ingestion of black persons often coincided with white male sexual appetite, titillation, and erotic play. The scenarios I examine reveal, at the basis level of social interaction, how sex facilitates the honorific social status of white men and their domination over the enslaved person. I close this section and the chapter with an examination of the Nat Turner insurrection. Following his execution, whites boiled Turner's flesh down to a liquid and allegedly ingested it as a medicinal substance. The erotics of taste, sexualized violence, and white male codes of honor coalesced in this incident, bringing into plainer view this hidden culture of the appetite and hunger of white men. Cannibal nation. The social consumption of the enslaved person was such a concern in the colonial United States that senators, religious leaders, and abolitionists heatedly debated whether colonial America was becoming something akin to a cannibal nation. Among 19th century abolitionists and other conscientious persons, the central issue was not the liberation and unburdening of the African soul, but the moral implications for whites who were fast developing what many literally refer to as a cannibalistic hunger for black flesh. In the public domain, where this debate took place, whites regarded human consumption as a dishonorable act. Shame, national degradation, and widespread anxiety shaped the national debate, leaving no room for consideration of the secret codes of honor that white men maintained quietly among themselves. Feelings of shame and national dishonor motivated Horace Mann to address the House of Representatives on February 23, 1849. The oration was published later as Slavery and the Slave Trade in the District of Columbia. Speaking before his peers, Mann spoke of slavery as contagion, a rampant virus that wounds our mortal and religious sensibilities. He offers an allegorical example of a clean, unpolluted northern statesman traveling to the District of Columbia and observing how slavery has tainted and corrupted white citizens. In his allegory, he calls specific attention to the glorified purpose of white Americans as the race of men whom God endowed with the faculties of intelligence. He describes the white American man as despoiled of the power of improving those faculties as a result of institutionalized slavery, and makes reference to a dynamic of honor and shame impacting the lives of northern white citizens who condoned slavery and the recapture of fugitive persons. It was difficult enough to convince whites at the time that the brutal treatment of the African person also had an effect on the African person's heart, emotions, and soul. Never mind trying, as Mann does, to bring the nation's and white statesmen's attention to the subtle motive and spirit undergirding the relationship between master and slave. Missing the allegorical point, a Mr. Broadhead responds to Mann. Would you advance the slave to an equal social and political condition with the white race? A bit exasperated, Mann moves from this example of a white statesman to examples from English history, a discussion of race and skin color, biblical mythology, and additional legal statutes as a means of generating self-reflection in his audience. Finally, feeling that his point still had not been adequately conveyed, man asserts what he had perhaps all along meant to say, that U.S. slavery was a form of social cannibalism and that whites were becoming, unbeknown to themselves, the very cannibalistic types that they feared and projected upon every strange land and people they encountered. It is as though a man should migrate from one of those South Sea islands where cannibalism is legalized and where the public authorities, according to reports of travelers, not only condemn and execute a criminal, but dine on him after he is executed. Mann also references cannibalism law in his sense of a cannibalized jurisdiction that helps sustain this culture he describes. Not only does Mann accuse slave owners of practicing a type of symbolic and perhaps literal cannibalism, he also implicates northern states who, according to the practice of returning fugitive slaves to the masters, forego cannibalism rights, but are nonetheless implicated in the appetite and principles of human consumption practiced in southern states. In other domains of society, American citizens attempted to describe this appetite for human consumption that was cultivated in the context of slavery. The following year, 1850, a concerned citizen published an editorial response to a letter defending slave catching written by Daniel Webster in the widely distributed paper The National Era. The editorial applied the topics of slavery and fugitive law to the North. In particular, J.G.W., the author of the editorial, wanted the reader to understand the elusive moral implications of something he describes as Christian cannibalism. The editorial begins, "We are more pained than surprised, therefore, to find the great Massachusetts Senator, Daniel Webster, taking another step downward. He has published a very appropriate and, we doubt not, very satisfactory argument in support of the legal, moral, and religious obligation of slave catching on the part of law-abiding citizens and Bible-loving Christians of the free states. It is a literary monstrosity which will make the fortune of the antiquarian who shall hereafter bring it to light, when Christian slaveholding shall have become as difficult of comprehension as Christian cannibalism." Many Christian slave-owning whites thought of themselves as rescuing Africans from a heathen land. Heathenism included, among other things, sexual licentiousness, incest, polygamy, and cannibalism. The idea of a Christian slaveholding cannibal or a northern thoroughly Christian cannibal type was, as J.G.W. points out, inconceivable. It was a literary monstrosity that twisted the religious theologies, legal tenets, and rhetorical logic underlying church and state into monstrous forms. These looming monsters terrified many northern whites. In the Honorable Mr. Giddings, a member of Congress, this terror took the form of political anxiety in an outright declaration of white slave owners as cannibals. All we can do, explains the Honorable Giddings, is see that they, Southerners, shall not disgrace nor degrade this government, either by their slavery or their cannibalism. Our motto is, keep your slavery, your disgusting barbarity, within your own states. Bring it not unto this hall, nor attempt to involve us in its burdens or its crimes. Giddings imagines Southern cannibalistic appetites as tainting the Constitution of the North and spreading like a contagion into the moral core and implementation of the law. George Fitzhugh, a political philosopher, Southerner, and slave owner, expanded the geography of the debate about cannibalism to include the North. In 1857, in Cannibals All, or Slaves Without Masters, Fitzhugh rehearses the typical narratives of Africans as heathen and slavery as a civilizing force in the African's life. He then makes broader, more revealing arguments about the cannibalistic temptations inherent in the chattel slave system, linking cannibalism to labor production who writes, "To treat free laborers badly and unfairly is universally inculcated as a moral duty, and the selfishness of man's nature prompts him to the most rigorous performance of this cannibalish duty." The South, according to Fitzhugh, has risen above these temptations. Southern slave owners love, care for, and presumably want the best for their slaves. It is Northerners, says Fitzhugh, who are in danger of becoming cannibals. It is Northerners who advocate a laissez-faire economics and ultimately unequal, unfair consumption of the labor of the disenfranchised working class. Where Southern slave owners love Negroes, Fitzhugh sees Northerners as having the aversion to Negroes. In implicating the North in a capital-based system of human consumption, Fitzhugh harkens back to ancient European legacies and traditions of human consumption that prefigure mercantilism and U.S. chattel slavery. These cannibalistic practices were, as Fitzhugh asserts, sometimes connected to aristocratic abuse and the profiteering interests of the business class. They figure in ancestral rights, religious practices, and burial rites. Edward Gibbon, relying on the authority of St. Jerome, reported that the Scots and Picts of pre-Christian England formerly delighted in the taste of human flesh, so that they attacked the shepherd rather than his flock for their horrid repast. Romans accused Christians of consuming human blood in their rituals, a contested accusation that is still debated among contemporary scholars. A 15th century German print depicts the murder of Simon of Trent, with Jewish rabbis assembled around his body, harvesting his blood for consumptive purposes. There was a largely unremarked upon strand of medical cannibalism practiced in Victorian and Renaissance Europe. This type of cannibalism involved mummifying the bodies of criminals and other persons so that the parts could later be ingested for medicinal purposes. Europeans brought this tradition to early colonial America, and in the 18th and 19th centuries, there were those who still maintained the practice. According to W. Ahrens, the foregoing of such legacies and the blanket consigning of human cannibalism to faraway lands and peoples has informed the mission of European global expansionism and occupation of other lands in essential ways. Much to our satisfaction, the discussion of cannibalism as a custom is normally restricted to a faraway land just prior to or during their pacification by the various agents of Western civilization. Explorer, conquistador, missionary, trader, and colonizer all play their roles in the civilizing mission. Correspondingly, if the time is lengthened sufficiently back to the pre-Christian era, we permit ourselves a glimpse of this sort of savagery among our own forebears. Ahrens finds it noteworthy that as Christian-influenced European groups encountered foreigners in other lands, they consistently mediated this contact with myths and assertions of cannibalism. Accusations of cannibalism have served as a handy tool in the arsenal of conquest. Furthermore, the creation of Africans and Native Americans as cannibals has allowed European Americans to refashion themselves as anything but cannibalistic, erasing in the process their European legacies of cannibalism and their newly developed appetites and hungers for flesh in the New World. On this latter point, Ahrens says, cannibalism becomes the feature of the faraway or the foregone, which is much the same thing. In the way that the dimensions of time and space are interpreted, they, in the form of distant cannibals, are reflections of us as we once were. This dichotomy of them and us is a crucial point of distinction that helps explain why the notion of white civilized cannibals brought to the mind and heart such strong feelings of dishonor, shame, and disgrace in 19th century America. In a European colonialist mode of thinking, the presence of cannibalistic others marked a philosophical boundary, a threshold of human versus non-human experience. It helped Europeans and white Americans establish the rigid boundaries of the real, of the humane and inhumane, of chaos and temporal spatial order, of honorable and dishonorable social status in the process of empire and reality building. Cannibalism, according to Jeffrey Sanborn, has functioned as the ungraspable margin that limits and distorts the objective, and which is precisely the real. To accept human consumption as a social reality and norm would have been called for a fundamental rethinking of American civil identity and epistemic reality. Even more, it would have demanded of whites an acknowledgement of the deep and pervasive way that they had come to objectify the African and black person, at the same time that they maintained intimate and acquired taste for the black person's flesh, emotional presence, and soul in the 19th century.
Eating blacks at sea. In the public domain and realms of debate, Northern whites mostly sought out a means to excise the dreaded Southern cannibal from the American landscape. The debate stayed in the realm of the ideological, with clergy, lawyers, congresspersons, and artists discussing the Negro's presence and his problematic social role in metaphoric terms. Ultimately, white men wanted to return to their persons and to the nation at large a sense of honor and nobility that they felt white Southern slave-owning men had degraded through their consumptive appetites and social practices. The rhetoric of slave consumption as dishonorable grew out of these Northern white desires and responses. However, I want to explore in this and later sections of this chapter the political social reality of the consumption of slaves, which, contrary to popular notions of dishonor attributed to the consumption of human beings, took shape from unspoken codes of honor and white male social stature. Within this clandestine material culture of consumption, whites maintained emotional, affectionate, romantic, erotic, and disguised intimate ties with blacks that contradicted the commonly held notion that cannibalism was unnatural to civilized Westerners. According to Henry Bolingbroke's A Voyage to the Demery, the reason Westerns consider cannibalism to be unnatural is that it seems to be a principle of our nature, to be averse to devouring what has been an object of affection. Scholars within cannibalism studies frequently cite Bolingbroke's assessment of Western aversion to cannibalism as a means of ameliorating any correlation between Western advancement and human consumption. Yet the symbolic and literal consumption of black persons on and off the plantation contradicted Bolingbroke's idea, as consumptive acts often occurred in the most intimate and supposedly loving plantation context. The love that motivated whites to consume blacks aboard the ship Essex did not fall into the category of romantic love. Rather, it was a peculiar brand of fraternal love, admiration, and honorific social status that motivated white men at sea to choose blacks as their ideal objects of consumption. In the narrative of the most extraordinary and distressing shipwreck of the whale ship Essex of Nantucket, the first published account of the harrowing events that took place aboard the whaling ship, Owen Chase makes a point of emphasizing the inherent honor of ship captains, the respectable familial origins of young men such as himself, and the honor and respect that Nantucketers accorded men who worked in the whaling industry. Regarding the ship captain, he writes, "Respect is due to the character and standing of a captain of a whale ship, which those of the merchant service affect so much to undervalue. If the post of danger be the post of honor, and if merit emanates from exemplary private character, uncommon intelligence, and professional gallantry, then it is due to a great majority of the shipmasters of Nantucket." Commenting more broadly on men who work in the whaling industry, he says, "A Nantucket man is on all occasions fully sensible of the honor and merit of his profession.
no doubt because he knows that his laurels, like the soldiers, are plucked from the brink of danger. Elsewhere he writes, "The profession is one of great ambition and full of honorable excitement. A tame man is never known amongst them." No one can deny the valor and the honor that Chase, the Essex ship captain, George Pollard, and other crew members, Benjamin Lawrence, Gideon Folger, and Paul Macy, among others, displayed when their ship wrecked off the shore of Henderson Island on December 20th, 1838. The quick-thinking captain had the crew immediately move all the ship's provisions to 3 boats that had been left intact. He devised a plan for braving the sea and rationing their provisions while they searched for other whaling ships to rescue them. And even when the crew, having exhausted all of their provisions, resorted to human cannibalism, the captain still managed to maintain a semblance of order and cohesion reflective of the honor and respect accorded to him by his crew. Given the emphasis upon honor and valor in Nantucket culture, it makes sense that the Essex incident would have registered in the Nantucket community as a peculiarly shameful and dishonorable experience. As I have already noted, for America in general, the idea of cannibalism brought to mind heathen and savage cultures. By this time in American history, Europeans had either conquered, mostly eradicated, or reformed the so-called savage cultures of Native America and coastal Africa. Nantucketers felt betrayed by Chase for even mentioning the subject of cannibalism in the public domain. According to Nathaniel Philbrick, the last thing they wanted placed before the nation and the world was a detailed account of how some of their own men and boys had been reduced to cannibalism. In the early 20th century, this stigma of shame and degradation remained. When asked about the Nantucket affair, the daughter of Benjamin Lawrence, the boat steerer aboard the Nantucket, replied, "We do not mention this in Nantucket." The main reason for the silence concerning the Essex incident had to do in part with cannibalism, but more significantly with the fact that the first persons eaten from the Essex crew were African Americans. The captain's log reported that a black man in one of the boats accompanying his died on January 25th and was eaten. On January 23rd, a black man in the captain's boat died, and his body was shared for food between the crews of both boats. On January 27th, a black man died in the other boat, and on January 28th, yet another black man died in the captain's boat, both of whom were eaten. Human consumption at sea was not an unusual occurrence at the time. It was unusual, though, that the first 4 persons eaten among a crew of black and white men were black. Also questionable were the purported natural deaths of the black men from starvation and thirst. According to Philbrick, it was also difficult for Nantucketers to explain why the first 4 men to be eaten had been African American. More to the point, it was difficult for Nantucketers to explain how the black men had died or the racial logic informing their murder and consumption. It did not help that Nantucket had a national reputation as a Quaker town and a hub of abolitionist activity. Thought of as a people who protected and provided sanctuary for blacks, Nantucketers had a hard time accepting that members of their own community might have considered blacks expendable and even more, consumable. Late 20th century scholars have, for the most part, evaded these dynamics of shame and dishonor that informed the black men's consumption by the Essex crew. Rather than face disparities between abolitionism and human consumption, scholars have resorted to theories of luck and natural selection, and even an invented pseudo-scientific hypothesis that implicitly preserves Nantucket codes of honor and silence. In The Cannibal Within, for example, Louis Petrovich recounts how the blacks had the bad luck to die first, completely ignoring the racial motivations informing the black man's death. Accepting and elaborating on the natural death thesis, Philbrick attributes black deaths aboard the Essex to malnutrition. He writes, "It was likely that the African Americans had suffered from an inferior diet prior to the sinking." He adds to this hypothesis a late 20th century scientific study that claims that American blacks tend to have less body fat than their Caucasian counterparts. Once a starving body exhausts itself of fat, it begins consuming muscle, a process that soon results in the deterioration of the internal organs and eventually death. In the final estimation, even Philbrick has to acknowledge the realities of racism and slavery ideology when considering the consumption of the black men. Setting aside his racially prejudiced and pseudoscientific hypothesis, Philbrick admits, "Since there would be no black survivors to contradict the testimonies of the whites, the possibility exists that the Nantucketers took a far more active role in ensuring their own survival than has been otherwise suggested. Certainly, the statistics raise suspicion. Of the first 4 sailors to be eaten, all were black. Short of murdering the black crew members, the Nantucketers could have refused to share meat with them. Fortunately, we have the recorded observations of William Comstock. Comstock came closest to revealing the hidden racial reality behind the consumption of black males in the 19th century. Comstock revealed that although Nantucket stood as a stronghold of abolitionism, the community at large still maintained ideas of blacks as lacking humanity and as best suited to the roles of slaves and servants to white masters. These were some of the secret and unspoken thoughts that Nantucketers were unwilling to voice, for they revealed a world in which, contrary to popular rhetoric, the consumption and degradation of black men did in fact ennoble and reify white masculinity. According to Comstock, the fact that Nantucket was an abolitionist stronghold and a largely Quaker culture did not prevent ship captains and crews from treating blacks like beasts of burden. He writes in A Voyage to the Pacific, descriptive of the customs, usages, and sufferings on board of Nantucket whale ships, "An African is treated like a brute by the officers of the ship. Blacks were treated so badly that Comstock advised them to avoid Nantucket altogether. Should these pages fall into the hands of any of my colored brethren, let me advise them to fly Nantucket as they would have the Norway maelstrom." An 1807 visitor to Nantucket, agreeing with Comstock, wrote, "The Negroes, though they are to be prized for their habits of obedience, are not as intelligent as the Indians, and none of them attain the rank of both steerer and mate." These comments about the community of Nantucket reflect, within a broader cultural context, how European colonizers typically regarded noble Indian savages and brutish African types. Elsewhere in the nation during this time period, whites used this same logic to justify slavery and the general denigration of black persons in 19th century American culture. As far as Nantucket was concerned, Nantucket ship captains had a reputation for being Negro drivers, and Nantucketers themselves referred to the vessel that delivered potential black ship hands from New York City as the slaver. Comstock offers a different perspective on Nantucketers' feelings of shame and dishonor, helping us see how the consumption of the black man informed unspoken white male codes of honor. For the white men aboard the Essex, issues of group honor and masculine respectability informed their choice to kill and eat a black person before they would do so to one of their own. Such an act reinforced the black male's socially expendable status, his exclusion from white male honor and fraternity, his exoticization, and his brutishness, which whites linked to his supposedly inferior African ancestry. To have chosen a white man for consumption over a black man would have violated these codes of black dehumanization that implicitly inform white male honor and fraternity aboard the Essex. Given the clandestine reality of racialized consumption aboard the Essex, one cannot help but wonder how many untold instances of black consumption at sea occurred under similar circumstances. To what extent has a larger history of black consumption at sea been altered or erased by whites who sought to conceal what they thought of as their shameful appetites and hungers for black male flesh? The Essex was neither the first nor the last white crew to engage in organized, ideologically justified consumption of black persons at sea. The American ship Peggy sailed from the Azores on October 24, 1765, bound for New York with a captain and crew of 8 men, one of whom was a Negro slave. Only 5 days into their journey, the crew of the Peggy encountered a severe and disabling thunderstorm that lasted for weeks. The crew rationed all their food and water. When all their food was gone, then they ate leather, barnacles scraped from the ship's side, tobacco, lamp oil, and candles. The starving crew faced that dreadful decision: who to eat first among their crew. It appeared that the crew drew lots, with the result that the Negro was chosen as the first person to be murdered and consumed. In actuality, the white crew had decided before they drew lots that they would kill and eat the enslaved man. According to Petrinovich, the lot had been consulted only for the sake of form, because the black was prescribed the moment the sailors first formed their resolution. Unspoken codes of superiority and group honor dictated the white crew's relationship to the slave. As a choice object of consumption, the black man reifies the bonds of fraternity, domination, and right to life shared among the white men. In the choice to kill and consume the black man, the white men reinforced the premium value of white masculinity. The dishonorable and illogical act would have been to choose a white man over a slave. Such a choice would have violated the unspoken racial contract among whites and would have gone against the logic of the slave as an expendable, consumable object. The feasting that follows reinforces this white male bond of ideology and appetite. One of the crew ate the liver raw. Some of the rest of the body was cooked, and the remainder, cut up and referred to as steaks, was pickled and with the head and fingers thrown overboard. Curiously, in the Peggy incident, whites employed rituals of democracy and fairness to disguise for themselves and the slave the real nature of the social contract. The white men cast an arbitrary vote and allow all present seemingly equal participation. Yet the reality is that the white crew members cannot bring themselves to publicly admit the slave's expendable status, nor can they, for that matter, admit within the public domain how their masculinity and noble social stature take from and definition from the notion of the slave as consumable object. Such scenarios raise a number of unanswered questions. Why did the white men feel compelled to present an image of equal status with the slave? Why did they feel the need to hide their honorific social stature or to act outside of the extant master-slave, white-black power dynamic? The empty lot-drawing ritual reflects the sense of dishonor that Americans associated with human consumption, at least publicly. Though isolated and dazed from civilization, the white crew cannot bring themselves to acknowledge the larger culture of black consumption. They cannot bring themselves to embrace, in a public and ritualized manner, the honorific and fraternal social bonds that the enslaved man's consumption reifies and sustains. If these white men, isolated and stranded at sea, could not bring themselves to claim the import and reality of black consumption, one can only imagine the depths of repression and silence within broader 19th century American culture. Again, it should it should cause us to wonder, how many other blacks did whites consume at sea, and how thoroughly have white Americans and perhaps other groups of American citizens repressed this social reality? In Nantucket, most of the white community agreed to maintain a tight-lipped silence concerning the consumption of a black man at sea. In addition to preserving white male honor, Nantucketers needed to preserve the integrity of their industry. If the truth about the consumption of black men was widely distributed, it would have affected their economy, their ability to recruit black shiphands. Because colonial-era whites had so much to lose by way of property, repute, and livelihood, we should regard our acknowledgment of the Essex and Peggy incidents as only the starting point of a discussion that will, with the recovery of more precise historical evidence, deepen and complicate our understandings of the consumption of blacks at sea. The meaning and practice of seasoning. In the public domain, whites, I have shown, either repressed the topic of human consumption or spoke of the consumed slave as a philosophical and moral issue. However, the slaves, having less to lose, described their enslavement as a form of appetite and Epicurean hunger for black flesh that whites cultivated in the context of physical abuse, sexualized abuses, and all manner of daily master-slave relations. In John S. Jacobs' slave narrative, entitled A True Tale of Slavery, he frequently describes scenes he witnessed on the plantation in a language suggestive of consumption. He opened his narrative by describing the slave trader as a human fleshmonger. His own masters he describes as hungry heirs to a general feast of blood. This feast included black men who were hunted down and beheaded, and slaves who were beaten so that their flesh was like a steak. One narrative contained in the massive collection, The American Slave, a composite autobiography, describes how male slaves were beaten and then hanged up in the smokehouse by their thumbs. Such punishment rituals were a form of seasoning, and seasoning usually involved breaking the will of a man or woman who was to be gradually conditioned to the life of the slave through physical and psychological torture. Lerone Bennett Jr. describes the process thusly. This process of seasoning, whether it took place in liberal Brazil or harsh South Carolina, was a painful mind-reversing operation in which 2 or 3 out of every 10 died. In one form or another, every slave from Africa went through a breaking-in period. During this period, which varied from 1 to 3 years, the slave was taught Pidgin English or French or Spanish. He got a new name and began to look at himself and others in a different manner. Seasoning is typically thought of as occurring at the point when the slave descends from the slave ship and is formally introduced into a plantation setting. Yet seasoning was a process that could and did occur throughout the career of the slave. Eli Coleman described a typical seasoning process that involved chaining a recalcitrant slave who had already been introduced to the plantation to a tree, so that when he was finally released, plantation life felt something like freedom compared with his more degraded condition. Coleman recalls, "So master done put a chain round his legs, so he just hardly walk, and he has to work in the field that way. At night he put another chain round his neck and fastened it to a tree. After 3 weeks, master turned him loose, and that's the proudest nigga in the world, and the hardest working nigga master have after that." Webster's Encyclopedic Unabridged Dictionary offers distinct yet overlapping definitions for seasoning that apply to the treatment of the black slave. I cite just 2. To heighten or improve the flavor of food by adding condiments, spices, herbs, or the like. To dry or otherwise treat lumber so as to harden it and render it immune to shrinkage, warpage, etc. Definition 17 is how historians and other scholars of slavery typically convey the purpose and outcome of seasoning as a process that hardens or numbs the slave psychologically and physically to the brutality of his or her condition. The latter definition, while partially accurate, does not account for the way seasoning rituals also cultivated the master or overseer. It was in the context of seasoning that the master developed certain appetites for the slave, learned to channel needs, pleasure, sport, and eroticism into the brutal treatment of the slave. At the same time that it numbed and hardened, seasoning also had the outcome of softening the flesh and, for the master, heightening and improving the flavor of certain types of interactions. There was a distinct category of seasoning rituals that involved literally seasoning the human flesh. These rituals, which usually went beyond the bounds of normal punishment, provide evidence of seasoning as an Epicurean process that prepared the slave for social consumption. I have already mentioned Virginia sport, which involved hanging a person up in the meat house after a beating and literally smoking the body. Often, a master would beat a slave until raw and bloody, and then the master would apply the seasoning. For example, Wes Brady witnessed his master, following a beating, take a brick and grind it up in a powder and mix it with lard and put it all over him, the slave, and roll him in a sheet. Others frequently use, among other combinations, salt and pepper, vinegar, salt, and pepper and turpentine, and coal oil and turpentine. It was not enough to have slaves as a laboring commodity. Whites who enacted such heinous acts satiated cravings, took pleasure and delight in Negroes thusly treated, like Master Tom, who just about had to beat somebody every day to satisfy his craving. He had a big bullwhip, and he stake a nigga on the ground and make nothing, another nigga hold his head down with his mouth in the dirt and whip the nigga until blood run down and red out and red up the ground. Historians of slavery have typically described such acts as cruel and unnecessary forms of punishment. Yet the descriptors cruel, unusual, and punishment do not adequately define the craven, the institutionalized hunger, and often characterize the master's relationship to his slaves and, more specifically, to his male slaves. James L. Smith, seasoning at the hands of a man to whom his master had rented him, exemplifies how sex, brutality, and hunger all coalesce within the economy of slavery. In Smith's slave narrative, Autobiography of James L. Smith, sexual and physical brutality converge. Smith's narrative offers a closer look into the sexual dimensions of white male rage, obsession, and desire for black men during slavery. As a youth, Smith works on the Mitchell plantation. One sunny morning, a ship captain comes to the Mitchell plantation to purchase grain. This man sees young Smith and admires his countenance. He wants to make the youth into a sailor, initiate him into the rigors and challenges of manhood at sea. Master Mitchell consents, and Smith, who has years earlier lost his mother and father, looked forward to a new environment, a temporary respite from milking calves and his other domestic chores in the master's great house. Smith will soon learn, though, that his culinary responsibilities involve much more than food preparation. In addition to choosing the young slave to feed his physical hunger, the captain also has chosen Smith to fulfill other despotic hungers. One morning, after the ship has docked in Richmond, Virginia, the captain and a shipmate go to town. The captain leaves Smith with orders to prepare his breakfast and have it ready upon his return. It is ice cold and raining fiercely outside. Smith asks the captain if he can cook below deck, away from the exposure to the elements, and the captain denies this request. The captain forces Smith to cook the fish in the caboose, which Smith describes as a large black kettle set on the deck, all open to the weather, to make fire in, and supported by bricks to prevent it from burning the deck. Try as he might, Smith cannot raise a fire strong enough to fry the fish as the captain likes. He decides to poach the fish and afterwards pours them out into a dish and places them on the table, awaiting the captain's return. The captain returns from town drunk. Needless to say, the cold poached fish fills the captain with dissatisfaction and disgust. Anticipating the captain's response, Smith stood outside the captain's quarters and peeped through the cabin window to see what effect the breakfast would have upon him. The captain calls Smith to his side and demands an explanation. Smith tries to justify himself by telling the captain that the rain and wind cooled my pan so that I could not fry the fish, and that I had done the best I could. After hearing his explanation, the captain coolly and calmly directs Smith to remove all of his clothes and go stand on the deck in the freezing cold until he has finished his breakfast. The captain knows, even before leaving the ship, how difficult it will be to fry fish in the cold wind and rain. Even the most expert cook could not stand in the open air under such conditions and cook a fish, not to mention frying it to a well-done crisp. Smith is young, not yet a man. He is innocent. This is his first time living away from the plantation, and he is also physically disabled. Smith is perfect prey for this white man who makes ritual out of abuse and takes pleasure in a young, terrified, trembling black man exposed in the freezing cold rain. This is not the first time that Smith will be commanded to strip, stand, or kneel as he waits for the captain to come and deliver punishment. The colder Smith becomes, ridiculed by some of his shipmates and pitied by others, the hotter and angrier the captain becomes in his quarters. It is not clear whether he eats the fish or throws it into the waste pile. We only know that the captain emerges from his cabin with the fierceness of his nature roused. Just as the fish is cold and cooled and coated by the rain, so too does Smith become cold and covered. The captain wants Smith to experience something of the cold disgust and dissatisfaction that he himself tastes in the rain-drenched fish. A man who teaches through example, the captain restages the cooking scene. He has Smith stand in the freezing cold, basting and turning in the stares of crew members. Rather than a spatula, the captain gathers, in preparation for Smith's punishment, the end of a rope, a phallic object in his hands. He waits in his cabin for the fires of his rage and desire to peak. Sex and good taste come together in the beating that is more of a stylized rape than a routine punishment. Smith describes the scene thusly. There I was, divested of my clothing. He turned his fierce, fiery eyes on me when he came on deck, and with a look of fierce decision on his face, for now all the fierceness of his nature was roused, he took a rope's end and applied it vigorously to my naked back. In Are Not Women, Female Slaves in the Plantation South, Deborah Gray White describes how semi-clad black women working in rice fields nurtured white men's notion of their promiscuity. Frederick Law Olmsted, a northern white architect and abolitionist sympathizer, referred to black women working in flooded fields with their skirts reefed up around their waists as clumsy, gross, and elephantine. He further described these women who were focused on the task at hand as sly, sensual, and shameless. White notes that the exposure of women's bodies during whippings had similar consequences. Christopher Nichols, an escaped slave living in Canada, remembered how his master laid a woman on a bench, threw her clothes over her head, and whipped her. Another refugee remembered that when his mother was whipped, she was stripped completely naked. They didn't care nothing about it. Let everybody look at it. Similarly, Henry Bibb reported a whipping where a woman's naked, quivering flesh was tied up and exposed to the public gaze of all. The captain responds to Smith as though he has intentionally prepared the unpalatable meal, as if he has committed a deliberate act of resistance, like a slave who has stolen a pig or one who has sneaked away from the plantation at night. Within the general tableau of plantation violence, Smith's punishment registers as elaborate and extreme. A master or overseer might chastise and beat a slave for such an indiscretion, but the master usually administered such a beating with the clothes partially removed. They usually removed the shirt to get at the back. The captain has Smith remove all of his clothes and stand out in the open where all of the male crew members can laugh and pity his nakedness. This gesture conveys the captain's sexual dominance over Smith, his familiarity with and mastery over every crevice and surface of his body. Similar to Olmsted, who watches the black women working semi-clad in the rice fields with their skirts reefed up to their thighs, the captain reads sexual allure, brutal teasing, and masochism into Smith's labor. Smith thwarts his hunger, according to the captain's logic, because he wants to feel the captain's bite and taste, be penetrated and warmed by his violent embrace. Of course, these desires begin and end in the captain's mind. His desire for Smith is an impersonal, as it is brutally painful and consuming. The captain leaves the ship unreasonable and disagreeable. Otherwise, he would have allowed Smith to cook below deck. He would have instructed other crew members to shield Smith from the rain and wind. In her discussion of rape and violence, White notes the connection between physical hunger and sexual brutality. She notes that the man who whipped Henry Bibb's wife was often heard to exclaim that he had rather paddle a female than eat when he was hungry. It seems the ship captain would also rather beat Smith than eat. Rather than have Smith prepare another portion of food, he thrust the fierceness of his nature into the black youth. Furthermore, he forces Smith to participate. He makes Smith strip down, tremble in anticipation, and bear up under the biting cold. Smith's participation, his shame and degradation, make the trembling, raise flesh that rises to meet the captain all the more appetizing to the touch, all the more delectable. A second horrid beating related by Smith also centers on eating and meal preparation. This time, after the captain has taken his meal, Smith serves him an after-breakfast pastry. The captain asks Smith why he has not made more tea. Smith replies, "I told him it was all out. He wanted to know why I did not make more tea. I told him I thought there was a plenty. It was as much as I generally made." The captain flies into a rage and challenges Smith for daring to think. Again, he commands Smith to divest himself of all of his clothing and to go stand above deck naked, awaiting his arrival. At this point in the narrative, we are given to understand that the challenge, the command to strip and wait, and the anticipation that ensues are all part of a sex brutality ritual that the captain practices frequently. Every day, the captain finds reason to beat Smith. The cat o' nine tails had no rest. A day seldom passed on which he could find no occasion for its use, recalls Smith. The captain cultivates an aesthetic appreciation for Smith's naked, quivering flesh. Smith notes that the captain had a deep love for the music of the cat o' nine tails. His taste for his delectable black subject transcends regular appetite. His taste for this Negro is a cruel parallel to the foundation tenets of Eurocentric culture and civilization. One thinks of music, poetry, and the taking of an after dinner dessert and leisurely sport. These are practices of affluence and leisure culture that are all learned and based in an intangible sense of good taste. M.F.K. Fisher, a scholar of Epicureanism, has developed a categorical list that explains the importance of and process of cultivating taste. A number of the items on her list are particularly relevant and help explain how the captain's cultivated taste for the Negro overlaps with and reinforces more traditional categories of Eurocentric taste. Fisher describes taste as that one of our senses which gives us the greatest joy, because it recurs of necessity at least once every day, and can be repeated without inconvenience 2 or 3 times in that space of hours. 4, because it can mingle with all the other pleasures and even console us for their absence. 5, because its sensations are at once more lasting than others and more subject to our will. And 6, because finally, in eating, we experience a certain special and indefinable well-being, which arises from our instinctive realization that by the very act we perform, we are repairing our bodily losses and prolonging our lives. In Smith's brutalization, there is frequency, a compound combination of pleasures, an apparent lasting, aesthetic resonance that remains with the captain like music, and a sense of well-being that arises from some instinctual source. The Negro serves, in this context, as a symbol and hallmark of civilization, taking his place alongside musical appreciation, philosophy, and even the ability to reason. The ship captain chastises Smith for thinking, for daring to think, outside of his useful role of sexual object, delight, and masochistic morsel. French political philosopher Montesquieu observed, "It is impossible for us to assume that these people are men, because if we assumed that they were men, one would begin to believe that we ourselves were not Christians." Montesquieu's comments reveal a correlation between European institution making in the colonial context and the unmaking of the humanity of the African and black person. The captain's social stature and honorific role aboard the ship takes form and shape from Smith's denied humanity, the denial of Smith's innate abilities to think and reason. When the captain finally arrives after finishing his breakfast and tea, he puts Smith down on his knees in a position more blatantly sexualized than the first one Smith relates. "When he did come, he put my head between his legs, and while I was in this position, I thought my last days had come. I thought while he was using the cat o' nine tails to my naked back, and hearing the whizzing of the rope, that if ever I got away, I would throw myself overboard and put an end to my life." The captain places Smith between his legs in a position simulating an animal on all fours. He positions Smith's head below his genital region and gives himself ample access to Smith's back and buttocks. Holding Smith in this manner between his legs, the captain beats him almost into unconsciousness. Smith feels that he wants to die. "The captain punished me so much that I was tired of life." He jumps overboard and almost drowns. The captain relishes Smith's struggles between life and death. Reaching up for help, Smith sees the captain. He sat perfectly at ease, or composed on the deck looking at me, but making no effort to help me. This, finally, is the prize and revelation. The peril of Smith's soul and the tormenting of his spirit feed the captain. A parasite, the captain feeds upon the terror and loss of self Smith experiences. Only because Smith is his host, a vital source of his manhood, livelihood, and honor, does the captain finally draw the young black man up onto the surface.
This scene calls to mind a similar one relayed by Oluwada Equiano. Equiano describes a master who, after punishing his slaves, would then have them get into a long wooden box or case he had for that purpose, in which he shut them up during his pleasure. It was just about the height and breadth of a man, and the poor wretches had no room when in the case to move. This master placed his slaves in a coffin. This type of punishment, like that which Smith undergoes, the master used to emphasize the slave's socially dead status. It was a method of emptying out and making the person into an instrumentum vocal, perfectly flexible, unattached, and derisive. In this way, the master reinforced for himself and to all members of the community that the slave existed only through the parasite holder, who was called the master. On this intersubjective level, the slaveholder fed on the slave to gain the very direct satisfactions of power over another, honor enhancement, and authority. Smith makes the captain a man, rather than the captain's making him the same. When the captain first leases the young boy from the plantation, he tells him that he intends to make him into a sailor and a man. In truth, Smith is a type of food source to the captain's white masculinity. The captain reinforces Smith's infantile state by stripping him down, parading him before crew members, and not allowing him to express an intelligible thought. Domination of the black youth ensures the captain's supremacy. Smith, we can say with certainty, undergoes a change through this process of the captain's making him into a slave being the opposite of a freedom-possessed man, a slave being, in a Hegelian sense, a sycophantic personality that takes identity from the deific power of the master. All of this, to a great extent, we know or have seen analyzed. But what does it mean to alter the Hegelian dialectic, for the slave to be a type of food and the master a cannibalistic social agent? Stretching the dialectic even further, what does it mean when the nature of the consciousness that exists for itself is consumption, human consumption, on the levels of sex, psyche, and soul? These questions take on greater significance and importance when addressed to members of the ruling Southern aristocracy. Importantly, the captain was cruel and hungry, but he was also a middleman on the human food chain. The more refined Epicurean appetite for the Negro's body and person existed among the ruling class, among the slave owners and their progeny. Edward A. Pollard was a white journalist from Virginia who was raised on a plantation. Pollard, a defender of slavery, declared the Southern Negro the most lovable of creatures, in his place. In Black Diamonds, he writes to a friend of returning to Virginia after traveling all over the world. I have seen the hidden, hideous slavery of Asia. I have seen the coolies of China housed on the wild sea with wilder usages, or creeping with dejected faces in the suicide houses of Canton. I have seen the Siamese slave creeping in the presence of his master on all fours, a human quadrupled. Pollard is addressing C, a northern acquaintance who was presumably awaiting enlightenment on the true condition of the Negro slave. Pollard tells Mr. C that after all this traveling he looks forward to getting back to the Southern institution, to the evidences of comfort and happiness on the plantations of the South. And to better illustrate the comfort and happiness that he imagines, Pollard presents C with the image of an unadulterated Negro serving on the train car that is taking him back to the South. In poetic and emotionally compelling imagery, he writes about the black man. He looked like home. I could have embraced the old uncle, but was afraid the passengers, from such a demonstration,
might mistake me for an abolitionist. I looked at him with my face aglow and my eyelids touched with tears. How he reminded me of my home, of days gone by, that poetry of youth. Another Southerner, Basil Lanoux Gildersleeve, thinking back to slavery before emancipation, wrote that the poetry of life will still find its home in the old order. This idea of slavery and the bonded Negro as poetic cultivation profoundly shaped the imagination of Southern slave owners. For Pollard, the Negro serves as an emblem of home. He is a signpost of sorts, a marker of affections, beauty, nobility, and the innocence that the white Southerner associates with his childhood. The Negro is also a separating line between comforting familiarity and the danger, uncertainty, and fatigue that foreign environments inspire. Pollard compares this Negro man to the warm, wide hills of my sweet home. This is not simply a Negro man of which he speaks, but rather a delectable thing, a personal familiar, an acquired taste and set of sensibilities. The Negro is as natural and permanent as the landscape, as aesthetically pleasing and necessary to the cultured citizen as poetry. The Negro is the institution of family and home, and simultaneously an evaporative nothing, a non-entity to this Southern white gentleman who might just as soon lynch his object of affection were the black man to step outside his place. For the Negro, this was dangerous territory indeed. It is as if whites brought to bear upon the Negro's person generations of European cultivation and institution building. Like poetry, a learned art and acquired taste, the taste and hunger for the Negro was learned, rooted in repetition and practice. The Negro that Pollard speaks of was a familiar home territory, a safe space in and through which white men could feel, play, lust, rage, and finally make themselves at home. This type of Negro whites naturalized and romanticized much as they romanticized the natural landscape of the Americas after seizing it from murdered and systematically contained Native Americans. Booker T. Washington poignantly experienced this institutionalization of the Negro, and he documented it in Up From Slavery, an autobiography. In 1879, on a stopover visit in the nation's capital, Washington witnessed the town go into a fervor over a dark-skinned man checking into a white hotel. The town intended to lynch the man until they found that he was from Morocco, and therefore not an American Negro. In another instance that took place that same year, Washington was transporting a Native American youth who had a similar complexion to his own to Washington. Aboard the train, a diner server informed Washington that the native youth could enter the dining car, but that he, a Negro of the same complexion, could not. In both the hotel and aboard the train car, we see the Negro serving as a utilitarian object that helped define social places, determine the interior and exterior margins of society, and mark the boundary between domestic and international terrains. The Moroccan man and the American Negro have the same hair texture, skin color, and phenotypic features. The only difference between the two men is a process of cultivation and domestication rooted in white tastes, comforts, habits, perceptions, and social needs. During and beyond slavery, blacks have associated the type of Negro Pollard described with femininity, but more specifically with a nurturing, maternal male role. Trudaire Harris describes a black man who plays a nurturing role as grandmotherly. Analyzing the issue more deeply, she notes that this grandmotherly type black man approaches the mammy figure in the extent of his concern for the white person who is in his care. This primary goal is to soothe the precious child whose welfare rests in his hands, to comfort the child The grandmother must show him that the danger which threatened him is no longer real because grandmother has control over the boogeyman. The black man plays this role for Pollard, who wants to hold him, be held by him, and feel a returned sense of safety within domestic shores after having traveled throughout the strange and unsafe world. The black male grandmother type figure reproduces the national identification and internal and external sense of geography of the white male. This he or she figure also reproduces the white male father, white male child as father, master, owner, and kind paternal family member. Like the difference between wild and domesticated game, the more appetizing Negro was one whom whites had domesticated, made into a type of pet whom they could work, romanticize, brutalize, or socially consume. Ex-slave Jim Allen, speaking to a WPA interviewer, admitted that he was his master's pet. Did we have good eating? Yes, ma'am. Old master fed so good, but I was his pet. He never allowed no one to pester me neither. As I do told you, I was Moss Allen's pet nigger boy. I was called a stray. I slept on the floor by old Miss and Moss Bob. Another man named Pet Franks was given this name by his master. His master and the master's family conditioned him to be their domesticated object on the plantation. Interviewed years after slavery, he revealed, "I knows all about slavery and the war. I was right there on the spot where it all happened. I wish to goodness I was back there now. Not in the war, but in slavery times. I do remember hearing about slaves on other places getting whipped sometimes. I guess niggas like that wish they was free. But I didn't want to leave my white folks, ever." Allen and Franks reinforced plantation whites' sense of themselves as moral and benevolent. They deify their masters and whiteness in general and learn to participate in their consumption into the southern plantation body politic. The taste of Nat Turner. In the final section of this chapter, I want to more concretely deal with the topics of taste and flesh cultivation that emerged from Smith's abuse. Nat Turner's life and political legacy represents one of the most graphic documented cases of white cultivated taste for the Negro manifesting as literal consumption and the harvesting of body parts. The literal consumption of Turner alongside the sexualized consumption of Smith offer a fuller picture of white hunger for black flesh and sex coinciding with white male codes of honor and self-glorification. The themes of white male nobility, a cultivated appetite for the Negro, and human consumption all inform the life and legacy of Nat Turner. As a result of the controversial nature of Turner's memory and legacy, in his hometown of Southampton, Virginia, there exists to this day no memorial to commemorate his life and his efforts to free enslaved persons of the region. Outside the historical society in the center of town, there is a colonial-era house that stands on a raised brick foundation behind a sign that reads, "This is the last house on the killing spree of Nat Turner and his men." Whites regard Turner, in local lore and memory, as the murderer of whites and their babies, as a twisted sexual deviant, and as a depraved example of criminal insanity. In antebellum America, whites even went as far to depict Turner and his accomplices as murderous cannibals who hungered for white flesh. In Harriet Beecher Stowe's fictional rendering of the Turner Revolt in Dread, she has a black male insurrectionist say, "When the Lord saith unto us, Smite, then we smite. We will not torment them with the scourge and fire, nor defile their women, as they have done with ours. But we will slay them utterly, and consume them from off the face of the earth." Even among the most well-intentioned white abolitionists, the harsh reality of unmitigated black male violence and retribution conjured racist images of African cannibals engaged in human consumption. From abolitionist tract to court records to the journals and correspondence of U.S. statesmen, this notion of Turner and his soldiers as cannibalistic held sway. For example, Governor John Floyd of Virginia described in his diary a cannibalistic scenario that had been conveyed to him through written transcripts of court trials. Throughout this affair, he noted, the most appalling accounts have been given of the conduct of the Negroes, the most inhuman butcheries the mind can conceive of, men, women, and infants, their heads chopped off, their bowels ripped out, ears, noses, hands, and legs cut out. No instance of mercy shown. Floyd paints the image of Turner and his men killing and then tearing open, ripping through, and harvesting a white person's body parts. Whites from the North and South, of both abolitionist and slaveholding sentiments, contrived to paint an image of Turner as cannibalistic and, more importantly, as dishonorable and self-hating man. In History of Virginia, from its discovery and settlement by Europeans to the present time, Robert R. Howison describes Turner as small and somewhat feeble in body, but of shrewd and enthusiastic mind. Newspaper accounts from the time proliferated with misinformation designed to discredit and dishonor Turner's efforts. In the American Beacon, they had Turner admitting to cowardice and fanaticism. He, not Turner, acknowledges himself a coward and says he was actuated to do what he did from influence of fanaticism. He says the attempt originated entirely with himself. The Petersburg Index, reporting on the Turner insurrection over 30 years later, described the black revolutionary thusly. Nat Turner came out of the dismal swamp starved at last, and was taken and hung as a monster black fiend, and history has passed him as a murderer on the gallows. Whites had to dishonor Turner, disfigure him, and make of his person and legacy a monstrosity. Such a strategy of character assassination deflected attention away from the real brutal circumstances of slavery that initiated Turner's revolt and the incidents of literal consumption that informed the execution of Turner and the treatment of his corpse. After Turner was captured, he was hung, skinned, and bled, and his body was boiled down to grease. Blacks of the region around this time swore off the consumption of castor oil. According to William Sidney Drury, a late 19th century historian, the famous remedy of doctors of antebellum days, castor oil, was long dreaded for fear it was old Nat's grease. Drury and others have referred to such beliefs as an older prejudice among among older darkies. Even younger, more liberal historians, such as Scott French, have labeled black concerns over consuming Nat Turner as folk belief. For the most part, scholars have shied away from the question of what Southampton whites wanted with Nat Turner's grease. In contrast to the rhetoric of Turner as a monstrous and unpalatable figure, it helps to know that during that time period, white men associated honor and nobility with unspeakable acts of violence and consumption perpetrated against black bodies. General Epps, for example, described the treatment of black persons as revolting, inhuman, and not to be justified, and characterized by acts of atrocity. Perhaps the general had in mind individuals like the following black man, whom whites shot, quartered, and beheaded for no reason at all, except that he knew nothing about the Turner insurrection. He told them he didn't know anything about any insurrection. They shot several balls through him, quartered him, and put his head on a pole of the fork of the road leading to the court. This is no exaggeration, if the Virginia newspapers may be taken as evidence. The Turner insurrection brought out in whites, in particular in white men, a violently stoked appetite and rabid hunger for black flesh. Unspoken codes of honor and vengeance drove whites to quarter, burn, maim, and behead blacks,
whom they saw as having violated the sacred provinces of white masculinity, white family, and the innocence embodied in murdered white babies. In this context of unchecked violence, there was nothing to keep plantation whites from first murdering and then tasting and ingesting Turner. Yet, since slavery, Southampton whites have made a mockery of black observations of white cannibalism and denied the same observations made by whites. In a 1931 editorial, J.S. Musgrave cites from a history text that documents the consumption of Turner. The excerpt reads, "Knott's body was boiled up, his oil saved and sold for a long period as a panacea for all ills and known as Gnat's grease." Musgrave refers to these documented observations as pure unalloyed bunk. He retreats into a typical mode of white denial. Yet when one thinks about the boiling down of Turner's flesh in an inquiring manner, it makes sense to ask, for what purpose did whites use his liquefied flesh? Was it used to cook food, oil the body, for ingestion as medicine, or for some other domestic use? Working from a largely unrevised notion of the folk, scholars have failed to see the inherent layers of inquiry in the folk's refusal to eat Nat Turner. It would have been so much simpler to hang, bury, or burn the body. Why go through all the effort involved in bleeding the corpse and boiling down the flesh? Why preserve the liquid flesh of one so hated and feared? Why behead him and secretly preserve the skull? Ironically, we find the suspicions of the folk validated and archived in Eurocentric hegemony and legacy. The treatment of Nat Turner's body might possibly date back to Renaissance and early American societies. Under the auspices of medical cannibal, the practice of preserving and ingesting body parts for medical purposes, Europeans preserved and ingested blood, skin, and other body parts. According to Shirley Lindenbaum, it was common for Renaissance and Victorian-era Europeans to ingest human tissue, usually that of an executed criminal, as a supposed medicine or tonic. Reverend Edward Taylor was a New England practitioner whose dispensary included remedies made from human blood, heart, flesh, and other parts of the human body meant to be took or ingested. In this practice, which Taylor brought over from England, the body parts were usually obtained from criminals hanged for various crimes. It was commonly thought that the best parts came from artificial mummies, who had died a violent death. Not surprisingly, one cannot readily find such information in general inventories of medical supplies in the early American colonies or within the contents list of apothecaries. Southampton whites and others involved with the Turner insurrection wrote to deny this European legacy of the consumption of criminals and, more specifically, of Turner as a nutritional substance. With intention, whites have reconstructed the narrative of Turner's consumption through metaphors of the Negro as disgusting and tainted, and through references to the grotesqueness of the Negro body and soul. Governor Floyd described the Turner affair as leaving him with a bad taste in my mouth. Days later, he again used gastronomical metaphors to describe his visceral response to Turner's insurrection. 11th day. I hear nothing this morning from below. I do not feel so badly as yesterday. I had more appetite today, and not so bad a taste in my mouth. Governor Floyd gives the impression of Turner and Turner's violent actions inspiring disgust at the levels of gut and taste. Yet, as I have demonstrated throughout this chapter, the consumption of black persons on literal and metaphoric levels reified and restored in whites a sense of honor and ennobled social stature, not to mention that Turner likely served as a nutritional substance to the whites who used his body in that manner. Governor Floyd's personal and sentimental recordings obscure the easy and seamless translation of white male rage after the Turner insurrection into literal appetite and hunger for black flesh. I cited earlier the example of the black man who was tortured, beheaded, and had his head hung on a pole for not admitting to information about the Turner insurrection. Rare and honest white citizens from the time period described the treatment of blacks in the region following the insurrection as a reign of terror, that is, white-inspired terror. What better way to annihilate the threat of one's terror, I'm speaking of white terror here, than through consumption, a permanent taking in of that which horrifies, that which embodies the threat of self and communal annihilation? Governor Floyd responds to the taste of Turner, though one of revulsion, indicates that whites had all manner of appetite-based responses to Turner. The governor's outrage, terror, and sense of violated honor take the form of abjection. In others, similar sentiments generated the opposite effect, leading whites to rape, pillage, behead, and castrate blacks. Tasting and ingesting Turner in this context of retribution and erotic violation would have represented for white men the ultimate erotic and satiating act. Rather than projecting their desire through the violation of black bodies, communities, and homes, white men could, through the oral ingestion of Turner, experience at first hand a taste of the terror, fascination, hatred, and death wish that they felt toward the black liberator. Given this fuller explication of the autoerotic and necrophilic implications of the consumption of Turner, it makes better sense that whites would, still today, deny and attempt to suppress black accusations of white appetite for and consumption of Turner. That consumption reveals too much, takes us too deep for the comfort of most, into the interior reality of white males' hunger and the death drive they fixated upon the Negro. For at least 2 generations, the entire Southampton black community stopped using castor oil. This gesture of communal solidarity and fear of consumption of a black man is arresting for what it conceals, and also for what it reveals, through a communal gesture of silence and knowing. What more did these historically silenced persons know? When did they definitely begin to know? And at what cost do we continue to deny the basis of their knowledge and the implications of their resistance? A Tale of Hunger Retold. Ravishment and Hunger in F. Douglass's Life and Writing. Frederick Douglass describes slavery more eloquently than anyone else has as a cannibalistic institution. In images striking and poetically resonant, he depicts slavery in the narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, an American slave, as a personified, stern reality glaring frightfully upon us, its robes already crimson with the blood of millions, and even now feasting itself greedily upon our own flesh. Slave traders he thought of as human fleshmongers. In the context Douglass described, slave owners cultivated consumption, hunger, and starvation at all levels of social interaction. If it was not Aunt Katy, the cook on one plantation, who was literally starving Douglass, then it was a master punishing a hungry slave for stealing molasses by making him drink gallons of it until he sickened, engorged on the sweetness. Such examples proliferate in all of Douglass's works, including Narrative, My Bondage, and My Freedom, and the life and times of Frederick Douglass. To my knowledge, little scholarly analysis exists of the culture of consumption depicted in Douglass's narratives. This is striking, considering that in Douglass's narratives and in the slave narratives I discussed in previous chapters, such references abound, not to mention those slaves who were literally consumed in the catalog of flesh cooking, consumption rituals, and habitual flesh-taking that formed a part of the larger archive of consumption. Building on the findings of earlier chapters, I want to move beyond acknowledging and arguing for cannibalism as a social reality for the enslaved person, to the particular ways that the male slave resisted and internally wrestled with this dominant hunger and appetite. In this chapter, I examine 3 different ways that Douglas wrestled with consumption at the hands of others and self, the 2 acts often occurring simultaneously. First, I examine how mental and emotional consumption coincided with coded instances of rape at the hands of an overseer. Sexual and spiritual consumption overlap, especially in Douglas's first 2 narratives, providing insight into how he understood sex, at least abusive sex, as one way white men attempted to consume him. Also, in this first section, I introduce the topic of incest. The most formative sexual encounters that shape Douglas's life and structure his narratives have to do with the incestuous treatment of an aunt, his mother, and himself. This topic of incest takes on increased importance as Douglas attempts throughout his life to work through sexually latent kinship ties with white men. The second thing I consider is a condition of mother hunger that characterized much of Douglas's life. The fear of social consumption, the hunger for family, for civilized lineage, for safety, physical satiation, and for paternity show up often in Douglas's writing as mother hunger. Even in his relationships with white authoritative figures and heads of state, this mother hunger emerged as erotic desire, affection, and the need for care and intimacy. Lastly, I applied the framework of male effeminacy developed in the previous 2 chapters to Douglas himself. Alongside his heroic male identity, Douglas described himself as playing the role of male concubine and male daughter to the plantation system and to certain white male authority figures. Douglas depicts this role mostly as negative, but I focus on how, from a reproductive, procreative perspective, this role strikes a balance in his life. For out of dangerous, potentially self-consumptive hunger, he gives birth to the central statutes and tenets of the U.S. Republic. This hunger and desire, combined with Douglas's intellect and stoic reserve, inform his vision and unique contributions of genius to American culture. For the most part, scholars of Douglas's written work have overlooked the proliferation of references to appetite, multiple layers of hunger, and consumption in his 3 narratives. David Van Leer, an exception to this trend, calls attention to a section from the narrative that highlights the horrors of cannibalism, dismemberment, and execution. In his cursory treatment of cannibalism in Douglas's narrative, Van Leer describes such occurrences as imaginative acts and as part of fictionalizing moments in Douglas's text. Importantly, rather than treating Douglas's claims as real, Van Leer metaphorizes and fictionalizes the race leader's observation. Van Leer analyzes textual and literary conventions such as the Gothic and sentimental traditions informing Douglas's style and choice of images. The deeper presumption underlying Van Leer's observations, and I believe fueling the inattention to this topic in Douglas's writing, is the notion that cannibalism has nothing to do with enlightenment, with myths of American progress, and with nation-making in the 19th century. It is, to put it bluntly, inconceivable to most that cannibalism was an implicit aspect of slave culture, and more broadly, of American race caste systems based on the sycophancy of slavery. Still, Douglas depicts the slave institution as cannibalistic, and he gives us also a telling glimpse into the manner of which he internally resisted and wrestled with the reality of his social consumption. Describing the slave condition as one of consumption and self-consumption, Douglas describes slavery in the narrative as a condition of starvation, causing us to eat our own flesh. In the life and times of Frederick Douglass, he describes himself as enmeshed in webs of soul-devouring thought that reinforce the fact that he is a slave.
Douglas parallels the material reality of cannibalism with interlocking ideologies of cannibalism that allow the master to consume the slave in body as well as in spirit and thought. Douglas's observations affirm Carl O. Williams' understanding of slavery as a highly stylized, institutionalized form of cannibalism. Williams describes thraldom, slavery, as a degree of cannibalism wherein the master is a human parasite who by the right of might has secured his fellow man in the bonds of thraldom in order to feed upon him for the satisfaction of his appetite. Further elaborating on the erotics of this libidinal hunger, Orlando Patterson notes that what the slave mainly fed was the master's sense of honor and his sexual appetite, for the economic role of the slave was quite marginal among most of the continental Germanic tribes. Germanic slavery, differing from U.S. chattel slavery, was less economically driven and more of a domestic variety, which served to highlight the interpersonal connections between master and slave. Though U.S. slavery was economically driven, this tie between the hunger and sexual appetite of the ruling class also applied to it. Perhaps even more so, as the exotization of the African type in early racial codes heightened white titillation at the thought of black flesh. In the 19th century, allusions to the consumption of and flesh hunger for black males proliferated in American culture. However, black men such as Douglas often alluded to this culture through subtle references to manhood and black male bodies exotically exposed before whites. In an 1854 speech delivered by the racial liberator before an audience of educated white males, Douglas debated the subject of black humanity. An ethnologist by the name of Mr. Grant, who was present at the meeting, distributed scientific statistics and studies as proof against the humanity of the Negro. A master elocutionist, Douglas used a stark example of himself, his powerful rhetorical capabilities, his face, and his entire physical conformation to refute Grant's argument. Turning to the assembled audience, he demanded of them, "You judge between me and that gentleman, Mr. Grant. Am I a man?" This exchange, and especially Douglas' closing reference to his manhood, calls to mind a more notorious contestation over gender that occurred the following year, in 1851. According to Dana Gage, synopsis of the Ohio Women's Rights Convention, Sojourner Truth Howard had a commanding air about her and consistently drew attention to the problem and plight of black womanhood through her oft-repeated question, "Aren't I a woman?" Cognizant of the biblical arguments against black humanity, Truth used references to biblical women to authorize her voice and the fact that she could labor as much as any man to reset the premium of the burden and labor of black females. On a separate occasion, at a meeting Truth convened in Indiana in 1858, the female itinerant preacher found herself challenged outright as a man and not a woman. Before removing herself backstage to undergo a breast exam by white women present at this event, Truth masterfully exposed the undercurrent of sexualization, incest, and the desire for access to black female bodies that was fueling her accusers. She invited them to suck at her breast, offered to reveal her bosom before all persons assembled, and compared the men present to white babies sucking at the breast of a plantation nursemaid. Importantly, Truth's references to suckling, tasting, and ingesting allude to the social consumption of the black female caregiver. Issues of sexual access, physical exposure, and rape also informed Douglas's presentation, but he deflected audience attention from the feminine exposure of his body, taking off his shirt to reveal his scars, by drawing their attention to the masculine display of his face, voice, and intellectual prowess. Navigating through undercurrents of exposure, concealment, secrecy, revelation,
Douglas offers his visage and commanding posture as a standing accusation against the slaveholders' father and their concealed sexual crimes. Douglas was well aware that whites, even abolitionist whites, took pleasure and gratification in seeing black bodies exposed. In My Bondage and My Freedom, he observes that John A. Collins, general agent of the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society, would often introduce him as a graduate from the peculiar institution, with my diploma written on my back. He found himself consistently referred to as a brand new fact, property, chattel, and a thing by abolitionists. Collins and others would habitually caution Douglas against speaking with too much education in his voice. Better have a little of the plantation manner of speech than not, they chided. 'Tis not best you seem too learned. The irony of having to speak in this manner from the so-called slave body is that the most visceral truth pertaining to consumption and sexual maltreatment remained obscured. White men did not have to own up to their subtle phallic references and anxieties and their desires for a nurturing, consumable black male phallic object. I will come back to this connection among black masculinity, nurturing, and white male appetite as it recurs in Douglas's relations with white men. The naked, unintelligible slave body served as fodder for the white imagination. It allowed whites to entertain the idea of the Negro as the lady of races, as passively subject to the more aggressive will and ways of the European. It also reinforced the idea of the slave as infantile. In relationship to abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison, Douglas wrote that he stood something like that of a child to a parent, which harkened back to Douglas's infantile relationships to cruel parental plantation masters. I place Douglas alongside Truth as a way of illuminating how they each had to negotiate an idea of black humanity linked ideologically and historically to issues of gender variance, sexual, homosexual abuse, white appetite, and incestuous kindred relationships to white masters and their plantation progeny. In contrast to Truth, Douglas and black men in general dealt with such issues through diversion. They drew attention away from their bodies and their sexuality. Am I a man? Aren't I a woman? Each question informed the other as questions rather than statements revealed a sense of gender instability both Douglas and Truth felt. We still do not know what to do with the reality of Truth's sexual molestation by one of her plantation mistresses, or more broadly, with the complex ways white women desired, hated, abused, and sexually lusted after black women on the plantation. In the case of Douglas, who masterfully manipulated the desires and expectations of the white men in his audience, questions of effeminacy, sexual abuse, and sexual transgression form a template. Not speaking about these topics, titillating and chastising his male listeners with this common knowledge make possible Douglas's claim to heroic masculinity. Scholars of Douglas's life and work have tended to focus upon and emphasize the male aspects of Douglas's genealogy, his relationship to Garrison and Wendell Phillips, his relationships to Auld, Cody, and Sandy from the plantation, his depiction of his maternal legacy as the Egyptian pharaoh Ramses II. We should never forget that Douglas, a master linguist, always spoke in code. He always spoke to both sides of a gender fluidity that lay at the root of his epistemology and rhetorical self-fashion. Given this fact of Douglas's rhetoric, I want to move momentarily into the murky, unstable regions of the question, am I a man? Because I think that we have tended to presume too much about the fixity of Douglas's manhood. We have presumed too much, I feel, about Douglas's internal investment in being a man, especially when he consistently employed female modes of speaking about sexual violation,
personal mythology and genealogy in his writing. In addition to recording a masculine genealogy of experience, Douglas wrote to situate himself within a sublimated genealogy of female experience. As evidence of this female genealogy, I want to turn briefly to the notorious Aunt Hester scene first recounted in Douglas's narrative and referenced in his last two autobiographies. Deborah McDowell has written that Douglas's graphic depiction of his aunt's abuse puts him into a voyeuristic relation to the violence against slave women, which he watches, and thus enters into a symbolic complicity with the sexual crimes he witnesses. Likewise, Van Leer has interpreted this scene as marking the impenetrable boundary of Douglas's manhood. He writes, "As a male, he is shut out from a knowledge of this uniquely female experience." McDowell and Van Leer, each in different ways, presume a boundary of masculinity marked by female abuse. Van Leer suggesting that Douglas was not sexually abused and was never subject to the struggles of sexual dominance that defined his aunt's existence. While I do not want to dismiss valid points that do speak to Douglas's overt self-fashioning and performing of masculinity for his readers, I want to insert a third reality, and that is that Douglas narrates Hester's graphic abuse because he intimately understood it, and because it was the only way that he could reference his own struggles over sex, against sexual consumption, and against the master's quest for sexual dominance over the male slave's body. The brutality and trauma of Douglas's narrative literally begins with the Hester scene. Up to that point, Douglas gives general information, a description of where he grew up, and the details of his family life. A few pages into the narrative, the author assails us with the image of the aunt hanging from a meat hook in the kitchen. After crossing her hands, he tied them with a strong rope and led her to a stool under a large hook in the joist, put in for the purpose. He made her get up upon the stool and tied her hands to the hook. She now stood fair for his infernal purpose. Her arms were stretched up at their full length, so that she stood upon the ends of her toes. Douglas alludes to the brutalizer's absence of pure morals and virtue in his depictions of the master's cursing of Hester, frequently calling her a dumb bitch, and his outrage that she would go to see her lover from another plantation, Ned Roberts. Douglas gives us just enough information to understand the master's sexual motivations. While Douglas probably could have, he does not take from his memories a literal instance of rape. Slaves, male and female, never depicted the graphic details of rape. They alluded to it often, but out of concern with decorum and preserving the sensibilities of their readers, they never provided graphic sexual details. By giving us a torture scenario laden with sexual tension and the implicit understanding that Anthony has raped Hester in the past, Douglas brings us more immediately into the layered and complicated meanings of slave life. In this world, physical brutality is often informed by sexual violence and the dynamics of sexual domination. Also important is the undercurrent of incest. Captain Anthony, the slave master, is Douglas's father, which Douglas knows at the time he pens the narrative. It is possible that Anthony's father raped Hester's mother, resulting in a kinship tie between the captain and Hester. Her noble form and graceful proportions, unparalleled among the colored or white women of the neighborhood, allude to her mulatto racial status. Douglas does not give enough details for the reader to know her exact parentage. One thing that we know from slave history, though, is that incestuous behavior on many plantations was generational, a pattern of behavior that the son learned from the plantation father or overseer. Hester may have had a blood tie to Anthony. She may have been the daughter of his father, his uncle, or some other male relative. If Hester and Anthony did share a bloodline, then a blood tie rather, then the prospect of Douglas cowering in the closet, fearing that he too might undergo the same type of punishment, takes on added meaning. He is not just speaking a child's terrors. Rather, he is honing in on the ways that this dynamic of sex and brutality unveils a dynamic of incest. Literally and metaphorically, then, Hester embodies a female genealogy for Douglas, a genealogy characterized by the body so debilitated and abused that it cannot speak, by incestuous desire, by the ritual sport of abuse, by gender ambiguity, and, most importantly, by the spectacle of white male appetite and hunger. It is no coincidence that Hester's beating takes place in the kitchen, and that Anthony, like the master who beat Henry Bibb's wife, seems as though he would rather paddle a female than eat when he was hungry. Hester is hung up on a meat hook. Her pooled blood and flesh particles commingle with sites of food preparation, with the whole enterprise of feeding and sustaining life on the plantation. Hester brings into focus the multiple meanings of plantation torture and the difficulty of interpreting the scars and pain that result, as I showed earlier in the example with Douglas speaking about black humanity before an all-male audience. Douglas maintained a poignant awareness of the ways in which the naked, exposed body could work against him, diffusing his claims to represent manhood. The difficulty of speaking about the body, as I demonstrated earlier, shaped his early encounters with proprietary abolitionists. Early on in his public speaking career, Douglas refused abolitionists and the audience they generated access to his body. Touring throughout Europe with Garrison before the publication of his first narrative, Douglas replaced his body with that of his cousin Henny. Douglas frequently employed his cousin Henny to act out the role of female victim as an ancillary to his anti-slavery speeches, while also displaying ostentatiously a variety of whips, chains, and other tools of slavery, so as to make manifest the violence of a system that was often described elsewhere in more euphemistic terms. Douglas does exactly what McDowell asserts. He uses the mother and the female body as the vehicle that ensures his speakerly authority. In this way, the mother-woman's silence precipitates the male son's ability to speak, and he shows, embodies, and demonstrates slavery. But it is Douglas who narrates and translates the body. He performs this same narration and translation on behalf of Hester. The effect of this gesture is that within the larger culture, Douglas comes to embody slavery, to take on the role of a paradigmatic slave, a gesture that was part of linguistic convention and a general cultural tendency to privilege maleness. Douglas was not the only black male author from the time period to use black feminine sex and torture in this manner. Francis Foster notes that from William Well Brown's character of Clotel to Alec Haley's Kizzy, our most frequent images of slave women are as victims of illicit sexual intercourse and as childless mothers. According to Foster, the reason black men gravitated to such depictions of black women during slavery and after is that the selling of children and the raping of women were actual events, and the genre of the slave narrative defined women in terms of manners, morals, and motherhood. Anticipating McDowell's observation, Foster sees black men during slavery using female sex and abuse to foreground their manhood and natural paternal rights. Foster's observations show that Douglas's use of the black female was not an individual occurrence. Rather, it was symptomatic of a culture of 19th century black masculinity and slave narrative rhetoric. McDowell writes of a latent grammar operating beneath Douglas's descriptions of the mother. McDowell refers mostly to Douglas' effacing of his maternal legacy and using black maternal figures in his narratives to narrate his claims to rugged individualism and self-made genius. While this is true, there is also another implication of this latent grammar, and that is that Douglas consistently writes of black female abuse and sexualization in order to locate the unspeakable dimensions of his own sex and embody knowledge within this latent framework. As scholars, we have tended to read Douglas's narratives at the level of rhetorical performance, convention, and sign. If rhetoric is the cumulative effect of oration, then grammar parses the finer units with the even finer components of these that enable this effect. A grammatical reading of Douglas's life and work begs that we draw closer, paying greater attention to mechanics, to details of body proximity, nuance, subterfuge, and male and female modes of speaking. Taking the idea of grammar literally, we should know that it is from women such as Sophia Hughes that Douglas first gains the rudimentary structure of the language. She teaches him the letters of the alphabet, to spell words of 3 or 4 letters, and to pronounce words from the Bible. It is her husband, Mr. Yu, who breaks in on this opportunity for Douglas and forbids his wife to continue instruction. Ironically, from Master Yu's lecture forbidding his reading, Douglas receives his first decidedly anti-slavery lecture. Sophia's gesture towards teaching the rudiments of the language and her husband's negative response teach Douglas the first rules of the social grammar: inversion and subterfuge. He will apply these tools when he goes on to trick young boys into teaching him English by challenging their intellects, in exchanging food for grammar lessons, and mimicking the letter system used to mark crates at the shipyard. Moreover, in the second narrative, My Bondage and My Freedom, Douglas reveals that his mother could read and attributes his love of reading and the creative means of acquiring literacy to her. I am happy to attribute, he says, any love of letters I possess, not to my admitted Anglo-Saxon paternity, but to the native genius of my sable, unprotected, and uncultivated mother. As with Hester, Captain Anthony sexually violated Douglas's mother, perhaps even subjected her to the same manner and style of abuse. The text of the page and the text of the female body are coterminous. For Douglas, learning to read and speak the written word would always intersect with speaking from, around, and through sexual abuse and sexual consumption, lending an entirely different interpretation to McDowell's notion of a latent grammar, informing Douglas's engagement with the black mother, a woman.